1 2 1 2. Let's see if I can be heard okay. Checking audio levels. Hey, welcome. Hey, it's Jay. I know the music's probably loud. I'm gonna sort that out. Hey, it's Jay. Please excuse the feedback as I deal with the audio quickly. That music is probably obnoxiously loud. It's loud for me, so that's a good one. So yeah, we'll get that turned down for you. It's not too loud. Hopefully that's better. And you can all hear me? Yeah, I've sorted the music out. Or hopefully it's sorted out. Please let me know. I tried to lower it down. So we'll see. I sent that to, okay, I just need to get a link from the Discord to a post. So people can join, call in if they want to. Right, ready to get started. Not going to be I think it's going to be crazy long stream today just because I'm feeling so sleepy at the moment. Let me see this. How's the music and the audio now, everyone? Welcome, hey, it's RJ8. I'm gonna call you RJ, okay? To make it a little bit easier for me. And welcome, Yeshua. Please hit the like button. I guess it's just us at the moment. We'll have to see if anyone else comes through. You don't hear my voice very much. Okay. I might have to raise my gain. Does it go that way? So you might hear a little bit of feedback. 1 sec. Am I louder now? Or is it just that my voice is low, or is it that the music is loud? I can turn that music down. Let's go at Google Chrome. Hang on, let me close that one down. Google Chrome, let me go my settings, turn Chrome down. What are you doing? The hell? I pressed the wrong one. How about now? Probably a bit of both. Okay, well, I've lowered the music, hopefully significantly. I'm like yellow bars. Like if I probably have to turn this down, because if I get excitable, which I'm liable to do, I'm going to be hitting red bars and it's just going to get distorted. Unfortunately, because I'm coming up pretty loud at the moment on the software. Is that a little bit better? I'm playing your music, Yeshua, so I hope you can hear it. Okay, you said you can hear it, but it's loud. I hope it's not too bad now. See. Oh, no one else coming through today? I've got all the people that was a fight. Well, thank you to everybody who joined us for the live show. We had the pre-show. I had a large turnout. It was a pre-show, like a normal pre-show, and also like a community discussion where we had to talk about server management, because the server's getting really busy now, so we might have to make stories into threads, make sure that all the responses are threaded. And also I was talking about adding a new text channel. Originally when I started the server, it was very few of us, and very few of us that were active. so it was very easy to keep everything to one text channel. But it seems like that the server's outgrown a single text channel now, and there's going to have to be another one. So yeah, we're going to sort that out soon, but we had a quick discussion about it and everyone seems to think that would be a good idea. So today our music was selected by Yeshua. Now there's been certain people, naming no names, that have been complaining about my use of Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi, right? Yet every week I let people select music and I play that music that people, if someone selects music, I would usually play it, unless it's Sonic music, obviously I'm not playing that, but if it's almost anything else that's like a chill video game music, I will play it, right? Even this music, which in the pre-show, this was sending me to sleep, like low-key, like sending me to sleep. I'm kind of sleepy right now, so unless I wake up significantly, this show's not going to be very long, unfortunately. But it's okay, because it's not like a crazy amount of news to talk about anyway. So, let's get started. Right, so everyone can see this okay? Well, at the moment you're just seeing the stream. Huh. But we need Famitsu cells. Do you know, of all the links I opened up, I didn't open up the regular Famitsu tab. Like, why? Why did I not do that? I don't know. I do not know. So here's our Famitsu sales. We're going to talk about this week. There was one big release, which is the title of our show today. That's Armored Core 6 Fires of Rubicon. It's the subtitle for that. And there was one other release, but yeah. Or maybe two others, but they were very small releases, not a big one. Like Armored Core 6. So Armored Core 6 is a very interesting case of sales to look at, because the last Armored Core game was like 10 years ago. Basically it was on the PlayStation 3 and 360. That's how long ago it was. It was like 2 generations ago. So because there hasn't been an Armored Core game for so long, and also in that time the studio From Software have become a lot more well known than they were before, thanks to the Souls games, Dark Souls, Demon Souls, Bloodborne, Sekiro, and what's the other one? Elden Ring. They're all like this Soul Stars games, right? So they become really well known for that. So to go back to one of their older IP and just make a continuation of that, basically, and it's, you know, they're not even it's 6 basically. If you haven't played the other 5 games, oh well, that's on you. That's tough. Here's the 6th one. So this was very interesting to see the potential growth of the franchise. I think most people weren't expecting like crazy big Elden Ring sales, because this, at the end of the day, it's still like a hardcore mech game. But it was going to be interesting to see how far I can get. Now we only have the Japanese sales. I don't know if any of the European sales were out. Was the UK sales out? I can't remember. And obviously we're going to have to wait to see the NPD / Cicada. Is this Cicada? I don't know what the hell it's called. Okay, I've got a comment. Oh man. Keycare said, phone has been weird, so I can't chat and look at stream at the same time. Even if I don't message, I am here. Oh, Keycare. But okay. No worries. So that's fine. So you can't even message on the YouTube chat, on the YouTube one, if you've got the stream open. If you have the stream open, you should be able to use the YouTube chat. Or maybe you don't want to use that, I don't know. The YouTube. Speaking of which, I need to get the chat pop out. I always forget to. It's very difficult to do this on a single screen. We're going to have to get like a 2-screen setup at some point. Welcome J2 Blue. Welcome. Please hit the like button on your way in. I'm going to pop out this chat. Pop out the chat. Pop out. Yeah, hopefully my voice is coming through a bit better now. So let's talk about these sales. Armored Core 6 in particular was going to be very interesting. Also because with the Japanese sales, we don't really know what From Software's expectations were for this. In Japan, From Software publishes the games, and internationally the publisher of Bandai Namco. So this is From Software publishing in Japan. So we know what the expectations were. At first, before pre-orders really picked up for this game, I was thinking, oh, this is just probably gonna be sub 100k. I was completely wrong with that, because the pre-order, like that, this is really, when the pre-orders first opened, that's how I thought it was looking. When they did the prediction league on install base at that time, the pre-orders weren't very high. So you got a deadline to a certain amount of time to put your prediction. That was my prediction. I was way off. But once the pre-orders picked up, you could see that this was going to be over 100k, which it was. What's interesting is that we can compare this with the sales of the previous games. So I'm going to bring these sales up here. I'll find it on here, and then when we talk about it, when we go into more detail, I'll talk about this. So it's useful to compare it to the previous game, which was Armored Core 5. Do you know, I'm so sleepy and tired, I didn't even do a proper introduction to the show. Where's this music for? I know, I didn't even say. I'm sorry, I'm really like out of it today, as you can probably tell. This music is Harvestella. So Harvestella is a game published by Square Enix that's like a farming sim / action RPG. So all this music is Harvestella. This playlist was made by Yeshua. Thank you, Yeshua, for providing me this play. I don't know how much we're going to play, Yeshua, because it is sending me to sleep a little bit, I'm going to be honest. It's a little bit sending me to sleep. But Yeshua's promised there's no boss music in here, right? So we're not going to have any hyper music. Hopefully. We'll see. So there's that. Yes, I didn't do a proper introduction to the show. Welcome everybody. Welcome Yeshua, J2 Blue, J Alpha. Hello. J Alpha says Bandai did say expectation. Yeah, obviously expectation. Yeah, not on par with Elden Rings. At least they're realistic. Yeah, I mean, they didn't expect Elden Ring to sell as much as it did. Their expectations were probably like way lower than what it actually sold. It was a runaway hit for them. But yeah, I was just wondering what the expectations specifically in Japan were, since From Software is publishing it there, not Bandai. So what were From's expectations? Now, if From Software expected it to sell more or less in line with the previous Armored Core game, maybe a slightly bit more above that. And also, it doesn't even need to be much more above it to be the best-selling Armored Core game, because it's also releasing on PC day and date, which instantly will make it sell more. The sales potential is higher in Japan because of the growth of the PC market. So if that was what they wanted, if that was what they thought around what they was going to get, that's probably what they're going to get now. There might be PR about the sales at some point, and they probably will tell us the Japanese sales separately, just because From Software does publish it in Japan. So I believe we got that for Elden Ring. I believe I'm pretty sure they did. They told us separately because of the publishing situation. So welcome to another live stream, Game Corner Shop Live. I'm your host, Jody, aka JCat. I am just a random Joe Schmo that likes to talk about video game sales because I'm just a nerd. And there wasn't really any other audio formats talking about this sort of thing. So I originally started a Twitter space. I did that with Genki for like 6 months. Some of it was more than 6 months. before we eventually moved to YouTube because of the shenanigans that's going on with Twitter. The Twitter space is not working out, and then Genki had to step down from the show, just for his own personal reasons. So I am still continuing the show, renamed the show, and we have a Discord server which has become pretty active. We're still a very small Discord server, but we've grown from the initial like 5 people that were talking on there, which has stayed like that for ages and then just grew recently. So we're having to do some rethinking this server in terms of like the like text chat channels and stuff like that, because it's just getting so busy now that we're getting like stuff reposted multiple times. So yeah, I had the community chat, we talked about that a little bit and how we're going to manage the server. Mousy, I will talk to you later about server management and moderation stuff, okay? You're popping in, are you skiving? Mousy's skiving. What now? Actually, it's the opposite. When she says she's popping in, it means she's working, not skiving. When Mousy's here talking, she's skiving. She said, yup. Oh, she answered that, she's skiving. Okay, one day I'll figure out a proper intro to this show and whatever, but today, like, come on, cut me some slack. I'm tired and I'm still doing the show, so I'm legit tired. So this show might be like an hour long, I don't know. We'll see. I know I'm able to sit through this music for that long. He says, yes you are, I don't know if I can do it. This is send me to sleep. Anyway, back to Armored Core 6 and why this was so interesting. Because the reason I said to you, we're From Software becoming more famous, and their games selling very well, okay? So and also gradually kind of increasing their sales with like each new entry into their Soul Styles games, right? They will kind of go up and up and up and up. They've gone up in the world a lot from when Armored Core 5 came out. I don't really give 2 figs about Armored Core. I can tell you that now. You can just go and look. So Armored Core 6 is the highest reviewing Armored Core game. It's got like an 86 or 7, I think, on Metacritic. I can't remember. Was it higher than that? Was it 88? I can't remember. Anyway, it's the highest reviewing Armored Core game by far, because the other ones were in like the 60s and 70s. Like seriously, like nobody cared. But this one is scoring much higher. Now it's still, the same core game at heart. But people are very more I don't know if trusting is the right word, or they're more open-minded about From Software's other games, I guess. Yeah. So this game released on both PS4 and PS5, and we're going to go through the Japanese sales now. So on the Famitsu chart, at number 1 on the PlayStation 5 is Armored Core 6. That sold 115,000. The sell-through was good. I kind of think it's better if it's an orange bar like this, because then it's not going to sell out before you get a chance to get it restocked. I can't say the same for the PS4 version, which is a red bar. So that's at number 2 with 47,000, well, almost 48,000 basically. So it could mean that game was understocked. It's probably because obviously there's retailers all in the game, and their expectation was just that the PS5 version was going to sell a lot more. And maybe they kind of weren't exactly correct on that. PS4 version, sold a little bit under half of the PS5 version. So we're beginning to see the opposite of what we were seeing, obviously, like a year ago, where the PS4 versions of games were selling far more. But now, because of the abundance of PlayStation 5s, anybody in Japan that wants a PlayStation 5, You just walk into any electronic stores, they're there piled up, you can just go and get one. There's no what do you call it, there's no restriction, what's the word, constraints, sorry, there's no constraints that it wasn't supply constrained as it was before. So when these sales came out, I'm going to discuss this a little bit. When these sales came out, a lot of people said, not just, I'm talking about people that, both people that know about, maybe people know about sales, maybe people that don't know about much of sales, without even looking to, like, well, what did the previous Armored Core game sales, what were the expectations? They just said, well, this is amazing. I don't know if we're going to have time to do it, we're going to do this, if I've got the energy, and you know, my brain is not going to explode. We're looking at the Gematsu comments, right, where it's just, oh my god, it's mind numbing, the Gematsu comments this week on the Japanese Famitsu thread, right? People say, oh, it's so good for Armored Core. Okay, so let's look at what the other Armored Core games sold. Is this in line? Is this more? Is this less? Right? So the total was 160,000. 163,000. Right? Yes. The total of that is 163,000 of both of those. So that's physical debut. As we know, the Famitsu chart is only physical. So that's first week. So we've got a couple of things to look at here. And one of this is that's important to know. Armored Core 5 was a previous Armored Core game. Armored Core 5 was on the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. And I saw some people quoting only the sales on the PS3 version. I sold an additional, I think 23,000 on the check on the X360. There's an additional, you know, 24,000 almost, right? So that's not like an insignificant an amount that can be dismissed. I think you need to add the sales together. So when you add that together, 170,000 on the PlayStation 3 and 23,000 on the Xbox 360, that's 193,000, right? So Armored Core 5 sold at 193,000. Now I don't know whether this game had a digital release. I actually don't know. It might have. It was something for so long. When did this game come out? 2012. So I mean, digital. Yeah, there was digital around, but the digital, if it did have digital, it probably wasn't very high, right? So we can just look at the physical sales here. So 193,000. Armored Core 6 sold 163,000. So it's below Armored Core 5, although you have to bear in mind that there's also digital on the PlayStation 4 and 5, right? Which could add 20 to 30%. Not exactly sure, but maybe something in that ballpark. That's before you consider the fact that the game is also being released day and date on PC. So the PC sales I would expect to be quite strong because From Software games normally perform well on PC. That's the first thing, they have an audience there. And the other thing is that in Japan specifically, the PC market has grown from being almost non-existent to now being not insignificant in terms of like selling stuff. So I do expect this to be the best selling Armored Core game in Japan ever, when you take into consideration also the PC and the digital sales. It's obviously, I would say that it launched higher than the previous one, Armored Core 5. I would say it just launched higher in the first place. So so that's these two releases. So I mean, I think it did okay. I think this could have done way better. I think it was hampered by the fact that PlayStation has been in decline in Japan. And my comments were that basically if this game had released like 1 or 2, even just 1 or 2 years ago, it would have performed way better, because the PlayStation would have had more of, not only more of a market share, but a more active what's the word, active user base. There'd be more active people. So for Armored Core 6, this is it's in line with other Armored Core games, with the potential that it's more than what we could, obviously it is more than what we can see here, but that it's added a significant amount when you include the PC sales, which I'm pretty sure Armored Core 5, I was not going to correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think that had a PC release at launch. Somebody let me know. I don't know. I don't think it did. I don't know if it went, I don't know if it even went on PC eventually at all. Was it on PC? I actually don't know. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know. So I think it's in line with previous Armored Core games. And I personally, I've expressed opinion that I when it comes specifically for, because we can only look at the PlayStation performance of this game. And the PlayStation is in decline, and I think that this hasn't really changed much about the situation for PlayStation in Japan. This is just a game that could, imagine if this game, right, just assume if all things equal with, I know From Software didn't have certain Elden Ring and other games that back then, but let's just, for argument's sake, just say that they would have the same level of fame and influence and stuff like that, just as a thought experiment. So imagine if this game had released in like 2018, 2019, 2020, right, how much better it would have performed. In our hypothetical, it could have been twice the amount of this potentially, in my opinion. So I think for Armored Core specifically, that its sales were probably, I would say they were probably like solid worldwide, right, within the expectations of what Bandai Namco thought, maybe even a bit better. For Japan specifically, I think it was just okay. That's my opinion. Other people might agree with me and say it's excellent and incredible, or whatever superlative you want to use. I do not think it is at all. That's my opinion. Kike says, my God, Kike, you are such a nerd. Kike says, my Gunpla friend group, right? Listen to that sentence. I'll read that again. My Gunpla friend group. Kike, have you said that sentence out loud to yourself? My Gunpla friends group are the ones who knew about Armored Core. I would need to ask them about PC. Well, that makes sense. So I guess there must be Armored Core Gunpla sets, right? They probably had a load of those in the past. I would imagine they did. Kike is such a nerd. I've seen pictures of Kike's. I'm sure you posted pictures of some time. Oh yeah, Kike says he can't talk or he can't chat or something because his phone's not working. He can't chat properly. But yeah, so maybe that's why. And for this one, I think the special edition did have. I mean, I wouldn't describe it as Gunpla. I think it was just like a pre-made statue in one of the collector's editions of this game. So, what does everyone think about the performance of Armored Core 6 in Japan? Is this a breakout hit for Armored Core in Japan? Will this be a breakout hit worldwide? Let me know in the chat or the comments or on our Discord server. I don't know what happened. I used to have a bot that would come here and it would post what you need to do. We have a new person commenting on a YouTube chat. Jesus Puentes Are you in Japan? I'm not in Japan. I'm in the UK. Welcome. Welcome, Jesus. The reason PlayStation is in decline is because PS Plus people are slowly moving to PC. So Jesus, what is the reason you think that PS Plus people are moving to PC? Is there any particular evidence that points to that being the case that you know of? I don't know if why people would migrate, because I mean PS Plus is a service, right? Not a platform. If you mean they're moving from PlayStation to PC, that's happened. But I personally don't think that that PC is going to become, you know, like a more dominant force in Japan in that sense. Just because the reasons for not get a gaming PC in Japan is like similar to the reasons why you wouldn't get a PlayStation 5, except magnified because gaming PCs are way more expensive, and it's like it's the size of them, right? A lot of people don't have room for them. So if you can imagine, if they don't have, if people, I say they don't, they feel like they don't have room, right? If people feel like they don't have room for a PlayStation 5, which is significantly small, takes up significantly less room than a gaming PC, which takes up more room and is more expensive. I can't imagine that PC gaming in that sense, in like the sheer numbers of people, is going to just completely overtake like that. Now, I think there's a chance that the revenue is going to be in terms of revenue, just because first of all, there's not just Steam, there's multiple storefronts, there's ways to buy games just directly from websites and everything. And when you're looking at all of that revenue and all of the peripherals around, you know, gaming monitors and, you know, your rig and everything, that is probably like pretty high in terms of revenue. But in terms of sheer numbers of people, like how many people are playing, like, that is in their main platform on PC to play games versus playing on a PlayStation, you know, I would still imagine PlayStation's higher at this stage, but I don't know specifically about PS Plus, just because PS Plus is a service. So if you mean like moving from PlayStation, the console, to PC, I can sort of understand your question a little bit better, or your comment I should say, but moving to the subscription side, well, it's interesting because a lot of, you know, I think a lot of other people say, well, the reason you're not seeing games sold is because people are just only using PS Plus. People get, you know, I don't subscribe to that theory at all, but some people say that they believe that it's just people are on PS Plus and that's why they're not buying games. Kika says, I can talk, but I would need to go away from the stream a bit. The sales that raise an eyebrow are the PS4 one, seems it's run out of juice. So yeah, you're referring to Armored Core 6? Yeah, so basically, yeah, that's happening. So PlayStation 4 already in the West is like, I'd say it's pretty much dead, right? A lot of developers have moved to next gen only. There are still releases coming out for PlayStation 4, but they're getting fewer and fewer from Western developers. There's Western developers that are just opting not to make one at all. There is, I know there's like the weird case of oh god, what's that game? Jedi Survivor, where at first it was like, oh, what's next gen only? It's like, oh no, surprise, Xbox One and PS4. I thought it was really weird that that was kind of strange to come out like how many months later after the game was out and then have those previous gen versions, because it means they must have already like been working on them before the game came out, or in that period, because it takes like, you know, maybe like 6 months to a year to port a game like that. So they must have already, if not already working, well, I imagine they already was working at it, or at least known that they were doing that. So yeah, that's a bit odd. I lost my train of thought now. What was I saying? I completely lost my train of thought. Oh, you know, I was talking about, yeah, so the PlayStation 4 is running out of juice. So in the West, that's already happened. In Japan, it took way longer because of the supply constraints of the PlayStation 5, and also I think a bit because of the undesirability of the PlayStation 5 in the region. But people have started adopting PlayStation 5. I mean, specifically, I should say, people who were PlayStation 4 owners are moving to PlayStation 5, and they started moving in large numbers at the beginning of this year when the supply constraints eased up. So you're talking about like January, February, March. Yeah, so like February, March time, the supply constraints just were gone, and there were tons of PlayStation 5s available. And I think a lot of people moved at that time, and they're still moving now. So so for example, when Elden Ring, we're talking about From Software, Elden Ring released in when did that game come out? Was it 2021? I can't remember right now. It wasn't last year, was it? Was it last year? Maybe it was last year. I don't think it was. No, I don't think it was. When did that come? Was it last year? Oh my god, I can't even think when that game came out. Oh, I have it on here. Elden Ring. When did it come out? Oh, it was last year. Okay, so I think it was 2021. So I got confused. So Elden Ring was last year, and so we have the sales figures right here. As you can see, I'll read it out to you. The sales for PS4 and PS5 are flipped, and this came out in February 2022, right? So the PS4 version of Elden Ring sold 188,000 first week, and the PS5 version sold 90k first week. And for a long time, that was the best selling. Well, actually, it was the best selling PlayStation 5 game until Final Fantasy 16. I don't think there was anything else in the middle of that. Because, I don't know, where did Resident Evil sell? Resident Evil 4. I don't think it sold 90k though. I think it might have been like 85k on the PlayStation 5 for Resident Evil 4. So that was the highest one. So anyway, you can see that basically it sold, you know, double on the PlayStation 4, the PlayStation 5. And now, I'll go back to that, where I was. Now, don't pop out. Now, sorry, I misclicked. Now the situation is completely reversed, basically, with the PlayStation 4 and PlayStation 5. With Armored Core 6, 115,000 on the PlayStation 5 and 47,000 on the PlayStation 4. Let's look at the rest of the sales a bit. At number 3 we have Pikmin 4, which is still, I mean, it was basically supplanted by Elden Ring. I mean, I'm bloody tired. I mean, Armored Core 6. Armored Core 6 obviously pushed Pikmin 4 down. So that's what happened there. Pikmin 4 sold 31,000 copies. And I mean, there's a good chance actually it will go back to number 1 next week. We'll have to see, because I'm expecting Armored Core 6 to have a substantial second week drop. I think it's going to drop off quite a lot, but we'll see. Number 4 is Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. That sold an additional 10,000. Number 5 is The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. That sold 7,600. Number 6 is Minecraft. That sold 7,400. Number 7 is Ring Fit Adventure. That sold 5,700. Number 8 is Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. That sold 5,400. Number 9 is Super Smash Bros. Ultimate. That sold 5,000. Number 10 is Splatoon 3. That sold 4,700. And is it just me as Animal Crossing New Horizons like risen up the chart? I don't remember it being this high. It's like at number 12 I remember it being this high for a while. So number 12 with 3.8 thousand. That looks like that rose up, I don't know. So in oh my god, Natsumon came back! What? I didn't notice this! Hold up! Natsumon dropped out of the chart, didn't it? It came back! It got restocked and it came back into the chart! I didn't notice this! I looked at this chart earlier and I didn't even notice that Natsumon had come back. It's bring back into. Oh, this is great news for Spike Chunsoft and the dev. Basically, what happened with Natsumon was that obviously they wanted to, and they did release this to coincide with the school holidays in Japan and Obon holiday period, right? The problem is that like they did not think it was going to sell as much as it did, and it was understocked and it just sold out. And I did notice, I was looking at Amazon Japan, I did notice it was back there, it appeared back in the top 100 bestsellers, but I didn't think it was going to chart actually. So I'm almost certain this went out of the chart like 2 or 3 weeks ago, but it's back. Natsumon, 2.2 thousand, a total of 42,492. So that's good news that they managed to restock it. Now I don't know how much stock they managed to get out, and it is a shame that happened, and like they kind of, yeah, I mean they could have sold way more. Now there will be some people that opted to vote it to buy it digitally, but I think this sort of game is like one of those games, it would have been like a summer holidays in Japan, and then as Mario DK says, little Hariko and Haruto would have been in electronic stores. Mama, please buy this game. Let's get this Natsumon. Or I can imagine I'd be begging for the game. So yeah, that's what would happen. This is like it's not even a really expensive game. So it's like, yeah, I guess it's a standard price, like 5,980 yen. So it would have been a game that, you know, appeals to, you know, some younger kids and families. It's like a, you know, it's not a multiplayer game or anything like that, as far as I know. But it's kind of like one of those sort of, you know, more family orientated or whatever games. So yeah, good for Natsumon to actually not only get a restock, but actually sell enough to chart again in the Famitsu chart, which I did not expect. That's number 18. So we'll see. I was really surprised that came back. Number 19 is a new entry. I have no idea what this is, or what style of game this is, or what genre I should say. A style. Can I click it? I don't know what this is. Unreal Life Waifu. Unreal Waifu. So it's like, oh, like Unreal Life. This is like some sort of indie game that's obviously they've got a physical release of. I don't even know what this is though. Does anybody know what this game is? It's charted, whatever it is. It managed to chart. It says the publisher. Is the publisher Room 6? It says Maker. Who's the publisher? It just says Room 6. So maybe they're the publisher and the developer. Or like self-published or something. Anyway, this is a number 19. It's got a big old green bar, and so 2,157, which, you know, for an indie game is, you know, decent, I guess. I don't know anything about that game, I'm afraid. So at number 21, that actually was another new entry. This game was on the PlayStation 5. I believe that there isn't a PlayStation 4 version or any other version of this game. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure. It's called Immortals of Avium, and I think it's like a... I'm pretty sure it's like a first person, like I've seen footage of it or trailer or whatever. It's like a first person, like magic, you're using magic, shooting or yeah, it's like a first person shooter, but you're using magic instead of bullets, I guess. It's what it seems to be. Anyway, so this is EA. Oh, it's EA, right? It sold 1,923. I don't know if that had a PlayStation 4 version. Let me just quickly check. Did it have a PlayStation 4 version? No, it didn't. That was PlayStation 5 only. So this is what I mean, like, you know, Western developers don't care about PlayStation 4 really anymore. So that's that game. Big Old Green Bar didn't sell through very well. Probably it's going to be, well, yeah, it will be out of the chart next week. It's not a game I expected to perform. I actually did expect it to chart though. I did expect it to chart just by, I was just looking at Amazon and stuff like that, and I thought, okay, this is going to chart, but it's going to, we're not going to see it in the top 10. It's going to be below when the top 30 comes out, so it is. And then we also had another new release at number 24. This is on the Switch, and it's, oh, what is this? This has got to be some sort of visual novel. DC3 PS Dark. Kika says, oh, hold up. I did not expect Magic first person shooter to shine in Japan. So it is a Magic first person shooter, that's what it is. Oh no, Kika can't even answer me, because Kika can't answer me. Yeah, that's what it, I'm pretty sure that's what it is. So I think this is a visual novel. Papa Parasutoi. So 1,632 copies. Sold through pretty well for this. It's one of these Instagram games. Publisher. What do you look on here? Instagram. Did it say adventure? Yeah, so if it's an adventure, that means visual novel. So it is a visual novel. I have no idea what it's about, so don't ask me. The visual novel. At number 27, Final Fantasy 16 held on. I thought it'd be gone this week. I think it held on because it didn't increase, it decreased about 29-30%, I think. Let me check. Oh, so which percentage it went down. Yeah, 29%. So it's at number 27. It's gone. It moved up one place, although it sold less. That's because Ark Survival Evolved re-entered at the bottom. So I think what happened was that the game at the bottom is Ark Survival Evolved, and it sold 1,142. So it's much lower than some previous weeks where it was like you had to be like 1,800 or whatever to chart in the bottom. So this time it's lower. So it made one new game go up. So even though Final Fantasy 16 has declined in units, it's gone up in a place, basically. So I expected it to be gone this week, because you got new releases like Armored Core 6 would have pushed it down. So that's not what happened. But it probably will be gone next week. And it has a total of 414,000 physical sold in Japan. Unfortunately, legs have not been good for that game. So you know, is what it is. Yeah, and as I said, Ark Survival Evolved. That game keeps popping up. It sold a total of 65,412 physical in Japan. So I imagine that's probably a game that people get digitally anyway. Let's see here. Not true, EA is backporting Jedi Survivor. What do you mean not true, EA is backporting Jedi Survivor? Mousy. I don't understand. Yeah, I did mention earlier that Jedi Survivor is being ported. You're saying it's not being... I don't know what you mean, Mousy. Not true, because you got no punctuation. I don't know what you say, Mousy. Please rephrase so that I have a clearer idea of what you was intending to say. Kike says, small update. Mario Wonder is playable at Nintendo Live. So that explains the Direct. Ah, okay. Yes, they would have had to have had Direct before Nintendo Live. Thank you for the update, Kike. I did not know that. I guess did that news just break? Yeah, I'm seeing here. I'm not seeing, you know, what's happening. So, Kike. I'm going to give Kike a J point for the update. Do you have a link to it? Vinnie Mac says, I was right! In all caps. About it being playable. Did you say that, Vinnie Mac? I mean, I obviously I don't see everything you typed, so I didn't see that one. Yeah, that's cool. It's gonna be playable. Actually, the game looked pretty fun. Not really gonna go over it here because I'm sure a lot of people have seen that Direct. But we can talk about it in terms of sales potential. I think it has a very large sales potential, and actually I would probably up my sales predictions because I didn't understand how the online works that they're doing with the game until I had a chat with Mario DK, and he said, oh, it's like because I thought it was just like completely asynchronous, but it's not. So that I think is going to increase the sales potential because if you've got multiplayer like that, this racing that they have in the game, it increases the longevity of people wanting to buy and engage with that game. So I think it's going to have very, very, very long legs. It's going to have like not Mario Kart, Mario what's it called again? Mario U Deluxe. Yeah, that's still in the chart now because right here. Is that still in the chart? At number 26. So I think what's going to happen is like Mario Wonder's going to supplant the U Deluxe. I think people will opt for the newer game to buy rather than this one. Now I don't know if that means it's going to cannibalize it completely, but I expect it will push this game out of the chart. Because it kind of, they offer different things, but it kind of a little bit does replace the other one. So it's interesting. That happens with some games and doesn't happen with other games that you would think. Now it did happen with Splatoon because that makes sense. It's a multiplayer game, and Splatoon 3 basically did replace Splatoon 2. Although that game is obviously still online, you can still play it, but it's not getting any more updates. So it makes sense why people do that. It didn't happen with Zelda. Breath of the Wild sells less now, but it's still in the top 30 right now. It's at number 25, so it's still there. So it kind of got supplanted, but like it didn't push it out of the chart. And there was another game. There was something else. Is it? Yeah, it's Mario Party. Isn't there 2 Mario Parties in the chart? Yeah, so it didn't happen with Mario Party. It was just kind of wild. You got you got Super Mario Party, the one from a few years ago. I can't remember how long. That one came out first, and then the more recent one is at number 13, which is Super Mario Party or just Mario Party Superstars. Oh yeah, well, the other one's called Super Mario Party, and this one's Mario. Anyway, whatever. Yeah, so it didn't. So they're both in the chart, and it didn't. I think it also didn't happen. Isn't there like 2 Kirby games in the chart, or was it one? Okay, so there's Wii Deluxe, and yeah, Kirby and the Forgotten Land is still there, or Kirby Discovery. I don't know why it's got a completely different name in Japan, but you know, whatever. Oh, thank you, Kike. You get 1. I'm not giving you 2 J points. You've got the J point already. So this is. Let's open this up. This is a YouTuber. Is it Yoshida, a YouTuber at PAX West, and oh, god, they've got a whole ass. Oh, this is pretty cool. They've made like a really cool display for Super Mario's Wonders. I guess this is like Yoshida here. I mean, I'll be honest, I've heard of them, but I don't look at their content. It's playable on Nintendo Live, and it has a huge exhibit. It's wonderful. So that's really cool. I like this new caterpillar character. So yeah, thanks for the update, Kike. They have a whole thing and they are playing it. And Nintendo Live is currently taking place in the United States, in, I want to say Seattle? Is it Seattle? Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. I think it's Seattle. I think Mousie's going to both. I think Mousy going to PAX West and also going to Nintendo Live. Oh, that music's finished. Listen, yes you are. I did it for as long as I could. I just can't take it anymore. I just can't. Like, it's paused itself. It's a perfect opportunity. I can't take it anymore. I can't. No. No. I'm not playing that anymore. Where is it? No, you turn off. No. We're having Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi. Alright? I did it for as long as I could. That means putting me to sleep. I did it as long as possible. So if you can't say anything, that music goes on for hours. Okay. It's almost like a date. JT Blue says, Natsuman be like, I'm not dead yet. I know, right? I'm so shocked it got back into the chart. I just legit didn't notice that he was there when I looked before. JF says, yes, their HQ is in there. NAHQ. The HQ is where? In Seattle? Is it? What, the Nintendo HQ is in Seattle? I mean, I'll be honest. I don't know. I don't know that sort of information. Yeshua, you listen to me, Yeshua. Yeshua said, I knew you would do that. Yeshua, that music was on for like 2 hours in the goddamn pre-show. There's 2 hours in the goddamn pre-show, and then another over an hour in here, right? And then the music was putting me to sleep. Yeshua, no, I couldn't do it anymore. I couldn't do it. I knew you would do that. If you give me music that's going to put me to sleep, what do you expect? That's the expectation you must expect. I said that all the show's going to go for an hour because his music's put me to sleep. I'm not going to take it. PAX West. So how come they're both in the same place? Both. Okay, so in Redmond, PAX West and Nintendo Live is Seattle. So why did you say their HQ is there then? Or maybe he's talking about something else. I'm not sure. Yes, she was low key. Yes, she was low key calling me out. Kind of close. Oh, are they close? I have no idea. The geography. They're both in Washington, right? Yeah, both in Washington. And okay, Jago reckons it's in Seattle. Oh, I don't bloody know. That's both Washington State, isn't it? Isn't it? Jacob says, I don't reckon I know. Oh, Jacob, good lord! It's just a turn of phrase. It's a turn of phrase, Jacob! Calm down! Jacob, you need to calm down. You need to calm down. You need to listen to this Final Fantasy 7 lo-fi and calm down. That's what you need to do, Jago. Kind of close by. You're saying kind of close by, but I'm guessing it's really far. Because it would be far for I'm calm as well, Jago, as you can hear. I'm perfectly calm. These whole states that are bigger than the whole UK. So you're saying close by is probably really far. So there you go. Listen, I'm gonna be honest with you, right? I do not care if you're tired of Final Fantasy 7 lo-fi. You should have came earlier when all I was playing was this goddamn Harvestella Put You to Sleep music. For like 3 goddamn hours I played that, right? You can't expect, it can't be normally, like a normal human, be expected to listen to goddamn Harvestella Put You to Sleep music for 3+ hours. That is not a reasonable request. Yes, you are, I did it for as long as I could. I did it for as long as I could. I'm a busy guy. I know you're busy. I know you're busy. I'm just saying, I played other music earlier. It wasn't just this music. And even if it was this music, I don't care. I don't care what you think. Every time I put Final Fantasy lo-fi on, I get attacked. Every time. But we can expect the same. Like, I say to everybody, give me music. Give me music. I will play it except Sonic music. Obviously not. You know, not putting Sonic music on. I said, give me music to play. And every week I played the music that people want, and people still complain. I just I put the music on every week. Hours of. No, Jacob, your taste is bad. You're the one who likes Sonic music, which is banned. You're not putting Sonic music on. You turn the music we asked for off. Oh my god. I was playing, everyone likes. No, they don't! You can't assume that everyone likes Sonic music. Check us out, I've got that mind. No, they don't all like Sonic music. That is not true. I think I've lost the plot. No. And Sonic music is banned. If you want Sonic music, you go and do your own stream, Jago, and you can play all the Sonic music you want. Alright? On my stream, there's no Sonic music. In my server, there's no Sonic music. That's the rules, alright, Jago? Alright? That's just the rules. You go make your own stream and play your own Sonic music. Alright? Now, when it comes to this, I was playing that Harvestella playlist that Yeshua made. I played it for over 2 hours. Right? I think after I played something for 2 hours in my ear holes, right? In my ear holes of this Final Fantasy, I'm so tired. Look at you making me say of this. Hold up. You, Jago saying your rules means no cross-dressing Cloud. No. What? No. That is not part. That's not part of the deal. We always must have cross-dressing Cloud. You can't ban cross-dressing Cloud. You cannot. Can't stop me. I want that Cloud in the dress statue. Somebody please get me a Cloud in the dress statue. I just don't want to give Square Enix even more money. Who's been putting these thumbs ups on there? On your comments? Who did that? I see how it is, Vinnie Mac. I see how it is. No one gets it for her. No one needs to get it for me because I don't want to give Square Enix money. Square Enix shouldn't get any money at all, and yeah, I always buy their stuff. That Cloud in the dress statue is like £160. There you go. I want it. I don't know, man. I'd rather have the Cloud in the dress statue than 2 goddamn Torgal plushies. Expensive. My favourite lo-fi is an Atlas game, Etrian Odyssey. Is Etrian Odyssey kind of lo-fi? My favourite lo-fi is from an Atlas game. Well, give me a link to that music then. Torgal. Yeah, I like Torgal! I'm not paying £90 for goddamn... Can you get me the Tifa statue? Get me the goddamn Tifa statue, J2. Get me the goddamn Tifa statue. Okay, here's some Etrian Odyssey music. Everyone moaning at me for Final Fantasy 7 lo-fi. There's nothing wrong with, like, listen, oh my god, I'm going to be getting into fights here. Oh, where is it? Where is it open? Oh, hey, it's open here. Okay, Etrian Odyssey car mix. I have not vetted this music. This music could be complete trash. This was selected. I'm playing this blind. Alright? So don't come in here and say I don't play anything except for Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi. When people put thing music on, I'm playing this goddamn music. Alright? This attack on Final Fantasy VII Lo-Fi needs to stop. That's what I know. Okay, oh, so this is pretty good. Peak figure. Okay, let's get a bit loud now. Good lord, hang on. Sounds really Etrian Odyssey. This music kind of goes hard for what that game is. Yeah, this music goes hard. Have you seen anything of these Etrian Odyssey games? These are like goddamn dungeon crawlers. How is this music going this hard for a dungeon crawler? It's on the loud side in some of the track. Okay. Let me know. Let me look at the thing in the trigger. It's not coming up too loud on my mixer. Oh god, we didn't talk about this goddamn hardware. Where's the hardware now? Where's the little? Oh, I haven't got niche barrier. Not niche barrier. What's called install base. I have to open install base. Yeah, I like this music. It's going kind of going hard. This music's going hard for Etrian Odyssey is just like DS dungeon crawler. It doesn't need to go this hard. Okay, right. So, okay, the hardware sales. Hardware's down this week overall. But it's still interesting that we can go and look and compare the previous week. So Nintendo Switch sold. Oh, this is loud in my ear holes. Oh my god, I need to turn this down. Sorry. If I can hear it loud, it's kind of distracting, you know. So I need to turn my own monitor down. So let me know the volume if it's, you know, too loud for you as well. So yeah, Nintendo Switch sold 71,000. That was done last week, which is 77,000. PlayStation 5 sold 42.7 thousand, which is up on the previous week of 37,000. Rose, but not by that, you know, 5,000 units. So, you know, you would think maybe it would have been a bit higher because of getting the release of Armored Core 6, which sold 163,000. But it didn't. It does mean, however, this week that the release of PlayStation 5 has a decent tie ratio, unlike most weeks. So we'll have to see how the hardware continues to go in the next weeks, if it sort of maintains this like 40, 45-ish, sometimes 50-ish like level, the PlayStation 5, if it stays around that level. The thing is, there's been weeks where it's sold more than this. It was like 55,000 and there was no software in the charts. So if it can sell that much when there's no games, you would have thought it would sell more when there's a game that, you know, that people are actually buying. I don't know, that didn't really happen. We'd have to wait and see the baseline for the PlayStation 5. What did rise quite a lot is that Xbox now, obviously it's Xbox, which isn't big in Japan, so take it for what it is, but it's over double last week. So this week Xbox Series console sold 4,440. PS4 sold about the same, 600, and for some goddamn reason Famitsu is still tracking the 3DS. Why? Famitsu, let it go, man, it's dead. 59 sold. Why are you tracking the 3DS? I don't understand, man. Like, how many more do they think are going to sell for them need to be tracking it? There must be a reason there. There must be a reason. If anyone can think of or know the reason why Famitsu is still tracking the 3DS, like, years and years, and when it's selling, like, you know, 2 digits every week. That doesn't even make any sense. Jennifer said it's on the loud side. Oh yeah, I saw that. Jago said she's going to turn it off soon, so don't get too excited. It's still playing right now, Jago. So, you know, you're wrong. It's playing right now. Maybe it'll go back to normal when Spider-Man is out. Sorry, you mean the PlayStation 5? Or when you say normal, you mean... What do you mean? Like, what kind of base? Because I'm thinking it's got like a 40 to 50k baseline. Soon doesn't mean now, Jodie. Oh, okay. Well, Jago, you know, you be changing everything up and then just twisting your words. The regular 50k, yeah, it's not saying it's saying 50k with no software. We've had these weeks with 50k and just nothing, no software selling. So when is Spider-Man? Oh, so yeah, so I was forgetting it's out. It's out my birthday, October 20th, which is my birthday. So that's over a month away. It's like 6 weeks. No, Vinnie Mac, no. I'm not reading that out. The Electric Odyssey music is still playing. It's kind of calming. So yeah, so that's sort of hold on, so I took so long to go through that. Okay, so I really hope Vinnie Mac can come on for the next topic. So well, he did talk about Armored Core 6, but if anyone wants to come on to the show and talk about Armored Core 6 sales potential in Japan or worldwide, please come via the Discord server, which I will get a link to. Just a second. I don't know why the bot doesn't work anymore. I'm going to have to try and fix it. That's really annoying. Okay, let's put that there. So that will link you directly to the waiting room. Well, it's an invite. But anyway, even if you're already a member, it should take you to the waiting room. Okay, so... Vinnie Mac, did you say you're in the waiting room? Oh, Vinnie Mac's in the waiting room! It's always funny when watching the stream back. What was that supposed to mean? Okay, Vinnie Mac, let's bring Vinnie Mac in. Before I do that though, I really like this music, but it's like a little bit loud for me, so... If it's loud for anyone else, please... Why do I have all these windows open? It is slightly loud for me. And when I bring Vinnie Mac in here, he's not going to be able to hear it anyway. So... I just want this music like, just like background music, so it's... Yeah, it's a little bit distracting when it's like, I mean, I can hear it on like my monitor, so it's, yeah, turn it down a bit. And yeah, Vinnie Mac can't, if anyone comes in here, they can't hear it. There is software so other people can hear the music, but the software is so convoluted, I haven't been able to set it up, so I'll have to figure it out at some point. Okay, so let's bring Vinnie Mac in to talk about subscription services. Welcome, Vinnie Mac.
Hey, Kitty Cat, what's going on?
I'm doing well. Is that my new nickname, Kitty Cat?
That's your new nickname. That's what your handle says.
Yeah.
How you doing today? You doing that? We're fighting everybody over the lo-fi music.
Do you want to say I'm doing what?
Are you continuing to fight everybody over the lo-fi music? I wasn't putting the music that you don't want to put on.
I wasn't fighting anybody. Who was I fighting?
No. So first it was the Harvestella that one of our crewmates worked so hard to put together for you. You quickly turned that off to sneak put on the Final Fantasy lo-fi, and then we had to get on you for you to put on Electric Odyssey. And it doesn't look like you're enjoying that. Just go ahead and put on your lo-fi music. Just go ahead and put it on. Y'all know it's coming anyway.
Harvestella, you was in the pre-show, Vinnie Mac. I was playing that for like 2 hours in there. What are you talking about?
The pre-show was not 2 hours, but that's okay.
It was a long time.
I guess it felt like a long time because it was Harvestella.
Oh no!
Before Kitty Cat had to listen to Harvestella, it felt like 3 hours for the pre-show.
Oh my god! It was the pre-show was over an hour long. It was like an hour and a half long.
So I see you want to talk about subscriptions, your favorite topic.
Okay, so it's your favorite topic. I normally do not like talking about it, but this week there was actual news about subscription services that I think is relevant to discuss. And how this is relevant to how this affects the rest of the market, and it affects obviously game sales as well. So the first piece of news we had was via GameIndustry.biz, okay? And this was a report. Let me full screen this. I'll get this out of the way. Right, can everyone see the screen okay? I've got it pretty large. So this was a report talking about two indie publishers, Devolver Digital and Tiny Build. Devolver Digital is publisher of many indie games. Some of them like really like successful like cult hits and everything, right? Devolver Digital. And Tiny Build I think makes the Neighbor. What's that game called? The Neighbor.
Hello Neighbor.
This one, Hello Neighbor. Yeah, Hello Neighbor. So this report was really interesting, and it came out. It was during the week, right? So it says weaker subscription deals have hit indie publishers, says analyst. Devolver Digital and Tiny Build's difficult year is partially down to smaller deals coming from Sony and Microsoft, and what it's referring to would be PlayStation Plus, which has which they revamped last year. We're going to talk about that in more detail. They revamped it last year and added extra tiers, and they used to do this before, but just not as much. Sometimes they have day one games released in the service, right? So normally in the base level, but they've also been doing it like you get them via extra, which is a step up from that, and premium. Well, Microsoft is Game Pass, obviously, right? So let's read a little bit of this report. This was written by Christopher Dring. Smaller subscription deals and the underperformance of certain titles have had a severe impact on Devolver Digital and Tiny Build, says stockbroking firm for Goodbody. So this is interesting because both of these companies are publicly traded, right? So that's why this stockbroking firm is talking about it. Both companies floated at the peak of the games business in 2021 and have seen their share prices plummet over the past 2 years. And this was wild when I read this. Devolver has seen its share price drop 92% since, that's wild to me, since its peak in January 2022, whereas Tiny Builds has fallen 95%. So, like, it's not just a little bit, it's like a lot. It's like most of it. Yeah, I was really surprised at that. So, quote, we have seen from Devolver Digital and Tiny Build that subscription is under pressure at the moment, says Patrick O'Donnell, technology and video game analyst at Goodbody. Quote, the checks coming from Sony and Microsoft are just not as big as they were, and that creates problems if you're concentrated in that side of the market. Tiny Build, of all of them, was most exposed. Devolver was exposed, but not quite as much. The recent drop for Devolver followed the firm's decision to delay a number of big titles out of its current year. So it had this whole thing where like a whole bunch of games were delayed and they announced it. They had to actually announce it. It has suffered from poor year-over-year comparisons as the publisher delivered a hit title last summer in Cult of the Lamb. It was pretty successful last year. Quote, expectations for Devolver this financial year were $115 million to $120 million, and they've had to go back to $90 million. So yeah, it's a pretty big drop there. The majority of that is a delay of big releases into 2024. I think those are decisions. I guess means decisions for the right reasons. Although investors won't like it in the short term. Although their back catalogue is resilient, pricing is down 5%, and that's hurt their. I don't even know what this is.
EBITDA.
What is that? Do you know?
Earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation. EBITDA.
Okay, you'll have to like actually explain what that means in a little bit. So I don't know what that means. And they don't have any big games they need to offset anymore. Oh god, this article's really. I can't read this whole thing. I want to get like the nitty gritty. Oh my god, I didn't realize this article was this long. So I was like, oh yeah, we'll finish the article and I'll just read it. But okay, it's just what is a really interesting thing. It says now TinyBuild is talking about moving towards more premium full price games, and that is a risk in terms of how they execute that in a challenging third party publishing sphere. So that's interesting. Let me just skim this. They're talking about Team 17 being successful. So yeah, go ahead, Vinnie Mac.
So for EBITDA purposes, real high level, and when I say high level, like real pay in the sky, not really going to go into the details of it, but you can think about how much money you're bringing in before you have to pay out on overhead. So how much money is the property bringing in before I have to pay out all the expenses, everything depreciates, staff, all that. So I guess, so we can have a fun conversation here. I think before we have a conversation about subscription basis, I think we need to understand how subscriptions work. Neither one of us knows how subscriptions works, but I still think it's fun if we at least have an idea, have some definitions.
Sure.
So for PlayStation Plus, Game Pass, I'm a small developer. How do you think those deals are ran? I think that the publishers, PlayStation, Xbox, they buy them wholesale. So I'm coming out with Kitty Cat Quest 3. I go to that developer.
I played Cat Quest 3. Cat Quest is good, man. It's like a fun little game, you know. It's kind of pretty shallow, but it's a fun little game. 3.
So I mean, it's sold 50,000 Kitty Cat 1. It's sold 100,000 on Kitty Cat 2. So now Kitty Cat 3 is coming up. A lot of people are excited about it. PlayStation, Xbox, they come in. I believe they buy those games in wholesale.
What do you mean by buy wholesale? Could you explain to
what I mean by that? Sure. Mm-hmm. So the consumer price and the MSRP price is always going to be different. That's the markup. So the wholesale cost, let's say that cost is going to say $25. So what Microsoft and PlayStation may say is that, okay, we're going to take Kitty Cat 3. We're going to buy $25,000 at wholesale. We're going to cut you a check at $25 a piece. 25 times the 25,000. You do the math. That's how much the check is for. That's how I think subscriptions are done. I know some other people do like a residual thing, a promotion thing, a bonus thing. I don't really think that really makes a lot of sense from a publisher standpoint. I think they get those games at wholesale. So if what we say is true, I think we need to take into consideration two parts. One, development costs are going up. So regardless if you're making a AAA game, a AA game, a single A game, a no A game, it's still going to take money and time to develop that game. Yes. And because everybody is demanding more, everybody wants better pixel art, everyone wants better music. You don't want that chip tune. You want something a little more fancier. You may have voice acting. You may have this. It may be a longer game, whatever. That money needs to come back somehow. So in Game Pass's case, there's a little more Game Pass than PlayStation Plus here, because they're going into the subscription service, because they want to be the Netflix of video games. They just need a lot of content. So there is really no big incentive for me to get Kitty Cat 3 and pay you for $50,000, 25,000 copies at wholesale. I may just cut you a check for 10,000 wholesale. So now you as a publisher, you need to make that decision. Do I want the guaranteed money up front, or do I want to risk putting my game on the open market and it can succeed or it can flop? We talked about this a few weeks ago, how I felt that Sea of Stars may have played itself a little bit, because the first day it sold over 100,000. So now it would have sold more if it wasn't on Game Pass and Xbox. So I'm sure in hindsight, I'm sure they're kicking themselves because they would have made more money, but they still sold 100,000 on Steam, on Switch.
Yeah,
I'm sure there's a little bit on PlayStation. I'm sure there's a little bit on Xbox.
I actually agree with you.
100,000 first game.
I actually agree with you in the case of that particular game. I actually agree in that particular instance, that particular game. I actually do agree with you. But that was a Kickstarter, right? Was it a Kickstarter? I feel like it was.
Yeah, that was a Kickstarter game. So they made their money because they got all the backers. So they were funded, and because of those checks, no matter how big or small, they regained a portion of that money back. and they just sold 100,000. I'm sure when the physicals come out, they're going to make some money back too. So they're probably going to make their money back. They're going to break even and then profit a little bit more, which is that's great.
So
they would have made more. They didn't take those Game Pass deals.
Yeah, so. I think in that case, so every year you get some indie games that are like breakout hits and critically acclaimed and stuff like that. And I think Sea of Stars was that game this year. And there was a obviously it was a Kickstarter, and yeah, they got the money from the Kickstarter, got the funding. They then, at a stage, because this game's been developed for, or it was announced quite a while ago, it was a Kickstarter, and then it was a Nintendo Direct at some point, and then it was gone for a while, and they released a demo, and so it's been, not a lot of indie games get like talked about and get buzz, but this one did. It got a lot of buzz, and they took those deals probably at a point when they thought maybe it wasn't going to sell as much. So then we hear this game sold 100,000 in the first day, a single day, and you only have to like, you don't have to think about it very much and kind of extrapolate like, oh, they took those deals, so that is going to cannibalize the sales on those platforms, Xbox and PlayStation. There'll be some sales there, but I mean, a lot of how's your question? In Sea of Stars on PS Plus, is it in like the Essentials tier or the extra one?
I'm not sure about that. I'm sure somebody in the comments is well aware of exactly what tier that can be. Because there's less people that have the extra tier as opposed to the Essentials one. So if it was an Essentials one, then yeah, that would have impacted the sales even more. So we don't know how much money they got, but the fact that they came out and they announced we got 100,000 sales, and they said sales, they didn't say players or anything like that. They said sales. The fact that they came out and announced that for one day means that this might be a situation where they're kicking themselves because they could have made more money just selling the game. And you know, and all of us would always take the guaranteed money. So I'm not going to say they made the wrong decision. We always take the guaranteed money, always. But in hindsight, the game probably blew up a lot more, and it was a little bit of a down month. You didn't really have anything. Yes, you had Armored Core, and then you got Starfield. But this is a little bit of a different style of RPG, especially on the Switch side. There's not really anything for Nintendo players to play after Pikmin, so this was a good time for them to release. But this connects into what PlayStation is doing. Now, I think PlayStation is doing a smart move. I'm going to be honest. I know some people are not going to like it. I think they're doing a smart move, because if you are a gamer TM, trademark gamer, true blood gamer, you're not going to the Switches online, because that doesn't have your voice chat, that doesn't have your friends list in a nice convenient way. You're not going to go to Game Pass, because Game Pass doesn't have no games. We've heard the spaces, we've seen the articles. So you're going to stay within the PlayStation family. And so by them raising prices, they're probably going to introduce a new feature that's going to justify that. That's typically what winds up happening anyway, just in anything. You don't just arbitrarily raise prices that much. There's usually some feature coming in. But the PlayStation folks that are still within those tiers, they're going to stay. The one thing I am surprised about is that usually you give your consumer base about 30 days for them to sort of get built that one more time, and then they sort of get hit again, so everybody's aware. I'm surprised that they're actually going this quickly. I think they came up with it like Monday, Tuesday, and I think next month it goes into effect. So they're really moving really quickly on really getting everybody and making sure that if you stay, we're going to hit you. But if I'm PlayStation, I applaud this move. I'm a PlayStation fan. I'm applauding this move from a business standpoint, because you're not going to any of the other ecosystems. I know some people ran the numbers and they said that Game Pass is a better deal, dollar for dollar. But where are the games? you're not gonna go on Game Pass and play Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon.
Some people might be. Mac, they might be playing. I mean, you can play those games outside
Starfield now, but maybe is that it? Is that what's gonna hold you for the rest of the year? Starfield for the Persona Tactica, maybe.
No. So fun, Tactica. It was a good one. No,
but
maybe Forza Horizon 5. Forza Horizon 5. Forza Horizon 5. It's coming out this year.
Is that a Game Pass game?
Yes, because it's an Xbox game, so they'll put it in Game Pass. Yeah.
Okay.
I believe that's
so
this
all
year.
those rates have to go up. So all those subscription rates have to go up. I know it's just a matter of time before Game Pass raises their rates because PlayStation did it.
Yeah.
So they're going to raise the rates too to kind of match it.
Well, we're going to talk about that next as well.
Game Pass is doing day and date AAA sales. They're AAA games. So they have to get that money back. They have to turn a profit. I understand us as gamers. We're like, well, they make millions of dollars. But they're still interested in making money. So they're not going to put a game on Starfield that took them 10 years to make. All that money, $220 million to make. I believe that's what the numbers ran.
Who said that?
They need to get that money back.
Where'd you get that figure? Wait. Where did you get this $220 million figure from?
There was an article that I put in your server saying that Starfield came down to $220 million.
It's all of our servers, Finny Mac, not just my server. You put it where?
Oh, it's not your server, so we can play Sonic music.
It's not a free for all. There's moderation. We have to have moderation.
Okay, so now
we have to have moderation. Mousy, where's Mousy? Mousy can back me up. That's just the rules. I mean, it's just the rules, Finny Mac. You just need to get over it. I know. I didn't see that article. I didn't see an article. And sorry, hang on. You're talking about the development cost of Starfield.
Yes, so the Starfield developer cost came down to $220 million.
Lord.
So now,
are you serious?
So now because there's more, it came out. So it's two Forspokens.
I need to see.
So if anybody had a big problem about Forspoken,
that is two Forspoken.
$100 million. So now this is $220 million.
We're gonna measure AAA games in units of Forspoken. Units of Forspoken. So it cost two Forspokens to make Starfield.
It took two Forspokens to make on Starfield, and no one is talking about the cost of that game or all the other smaller indie games that they could have done, or all the AA or deals that Microsoft could have made with that money. Nope, we all forgot about that. But this was a very expensive game, so they are probably not going to make that money back. If most of the player base is on Game Pass, they may not make that money back. I don't know.
The only indication we would get would be in the we will see the Steam player numbers at some point. I know Benji Sales is thinking that this is going to be maybe 1 million plus, which would be the highest ever for on Steam. So if it did hit 1 million concurrent players, that would be the highest ever for a single player game. Because the only one that's got close to that apparently is what's it called again? Oh my god. What? Cyberpunk 2077. That was the closest. I think that maybe got 800,000 or 900,000, something like that.
So I'm not familiar with the Steam ecosystem or the Steam environment. So when we say 1 million concurrent players, I understand what those words mean. But how does that translate into sales? Because 100 million players does not mean 100 million sales. 1 million players does not mean 1 million sales. That has to mean something else.
Yeah, so if there's 100, sorry, I made the same mistake as you. If there was 1 million people playing at once, it means that all simultaneously there's 1 million people playing the game at once, right? So if there's 1 million people playing the game at once, there must have been more than 1 million sales, because not everybody's going to be playing the game at the same time. There's going to be some people that have bought it and not playing it. So it would mean the sales were over 1 million.
So there's no way for me to borrow a game from Steam, is that right?
No, you can't, but it's possible that because Steam counts like not just like sales and money transaction, but if it's like a code. So if there were 1 million concurrent players, and then there was news that the publisher gave out 500. It's not going to happen, but they gave out 500,000 codes, right? Then we would know. It wasn't. It was It's only like 500, obviously more than 500,000, but it wouldn't be this like million. It'd be like it's probably 50% of what we think. But yeah, there would have been some codes given out, but the amount of codes given out probably would be insignificant in relation to the sales, because it was probably you know, what they give, how many codes? Couple of thousand, a few thousand, maybe something like that. I'm not sure.
So it's just marketing speak. It's just a way to say we have a lot of people engaging with our product, but doesn't have to talk about sales in general. So
they may announce. So. They may. I would think that Microsoft would announce the player number, the total player numbers, including Steam and Xbox and everything. But you can see the player numbers, the live, how many people are playing on like Steam DB, and I think maybe even through Steam itself. I know Steam DB tracks player numbers. So you. Well, I know
here in the States. So I know here in the States we're walking into a 3-day holiday, three-day weekend for most of us. Oh, right. So I am fully expecting Microsoft to come out next week and say something positive about Starfield. Concurrent players, system sold, 10 out of 10s from Vince Waller's basement. I'm sure they're going to say something about Starfield next week just to get that marketing out. But this is a conversation about PlayStation. So I'm interested in your thoughts of how you think PlayStation handled this increase in subscription services, which is on par with a lot of other subscription services are doing. So it's not like they're just by themselves. A lot of subscription services just across the board are raising their prices. Yeah. But I'm wondering what you think this has on the gaming community at large.
Yeah, it's very interesting because obviously it's not just restricted to gaming and different subscription services. We've seen Netflix and all these other different services. They put after a certain certain time of accumulating subscribers, then they put the price up. To tie it back into what we was talking about with these weaker subscription deals, the GamesIndustry.biz article. I think that at first, like a few years ago, these deals for very small developers and publishers were extremely lucrative, right? But then it's got to a point where there's so many indie developers that want these deals that the price of what they can get has gone down because there's just an abundance of them, right? So I think this is why this is I think basically publishers like Devolver Digital and Tiny Build became a little bit too reliant on it, and that's why it's like affected their share price so much, like a lot. Like they said, it's 95% and all of this, right? So they became a little bit too reliant on it. Now, when it comes to PlayStation Plus, so we can go to the this is the PlayStation blog I'm looking at. So this was announced, the pricing changes were announced alongside the monthly September games for PlayStation Plus. So they announced the games that are going to be in their 3 different subscription tiers. So they snuck it in there, but it still became like, everyone still talks about it. Like, there's no, we don't care about it. This was the news, right? So the reason is
was it the news though? Or was it? I mean, everything is for engagement and monetization. So was this really news, or was this a way to kind of, well, if PlayStation's going up, well, let me get my Twitter clicks up and my YouTube video money up, so I can help subsidize some of this income?
No, I mean it was news in the sense that everybody, it was PlayStation probably didn't want it to be big news, but it was anyway, because they put it wasn't a separate announcement, they put it with the PlayStation Plus. They also did it the same, I'm pretty sure it's the same day that Starfield reviews came out, right? So that was probably deliberate, because you put it up against another piece of gaming news and it kind of like muffles it a bit. I don't think it muffled it enough. There were a lot of cope spaces. Now, unfortunately, I missed these cope spaces. If I asked people, please link me these goddamn fanboy cope spaces so I can go and listen, and I didn't get the links in time. So sometimes they don't record them, so I missed it. And then there was there was also a Starfield cope space that I heard a little bit of. Right? We think, well, why would there be a Starfield cope space? There was a cope space because people were not happy about the game getting an 87 on Metacritic, which is a really, I almost swore there, it's a really goddamn good score. Right? That's a really high score.
Well, okay. So there is a little bit of truth to me there. Xbox has done a lot of talking this generation about the strongest hardware and game of the generation, and something that's never been done before, stuff like that. So when you start marketing that way, and you guys talk about marketing all the time, when you start talking that way, people have certain expectations of your game. This was supposed to be one game of the year or game of the year nominee. This was supposed to kick off the Xbox Series generation. They've been kind of relaxing for the last 2 years, I guess. So this is supposed to be kicking that off. So in '87 to kick off is not really that great. That's like this. The next Switch comes out, the next 3D Mario comes out, and Nintendo's talking about 60 frames a second, 120 frames, 4K graphics, all that. A talking Mario, deep story, deep character, and it comes out in 1982. That's not great. that's not great for something that you are marketing building up.
Chris Pratt is doing the voice now. You interrupted. I didn't even finish. Okay. So I agree with you. Right. This game. I mean, in just objectively, 87 is a good score. Right?
Yes.
That's what I meant.
Yes.
For this game in particular, expectations were way higher for the reasons you mentioned, right? This is a brand new Bethesda game. They've had previous games that were scored in the 90s. Skyrim was like 94, number 95. They've had really high scoring, critically acclaimed games. One of the recent, not if you discount Fallout 76, if you look at Fallout 4, is it Fallout 4? That's like an 88 or something like that, right? So I was actually listening to, and it's funny listening to something like this after the scores has already came out. So I was listening to a bit of Nate the Hates podcast, and it was titled something like Starfield is of historical importance to Bethesda or Xbox, right? And in that he was discussing with his co-host MVG, basically talking about the different review scores and what their expectations, what they think it could be, and they were saying, no, this isn't going to score below Fallout 4, which I think is 88. MVG thought it was going to be between an 88 and a 92, I believe. Nate was more like, I don't think it's going to hit 90 plus. And they were saying what you're saying, basically, that it is extreme. This is their most, in terms of Xbox's most significant release since, I think they were saying like Gears 3 or something. Well, that was ages ago, right? They were saying, or maybe even more significant than Halo Combat Evolved, right? Is what they were saying.
I think they meant Blitz the Cat is the most revolutionary Xbox game ever put out. But go ahead. Okay,
Blitz the Cat. They were saying which is that important, and it was it is to kick off the which sounds weird to say, to kick off the Xbox Series X generation, to show to give hope and high expectations for the future projects like Avowed and Fable and so on, and to give people confidence, and that they haven't had like a really high performing or game of the year caliber, like 90 plus game for since Gears 3. So they were saying that if you go and listen to that podcast now, it sounds wild because of the scores hadn't come out at that point. So I actually agree with you about this game. In isolation, objectively, it was a good score, but they were hoping. I think it's just good. It's just good. It's not that breakout, Bethesda's back, let's go, and hit like that. It's just just a solid game. But that doesn't mean that there's not going to be cope spaces, right? And if there's a cope space, please link me. Anytime there's a cope space, link me. Direct at me at JodyD on Twitter. Link me.
But you did say something, even if it was a throwaway comment, you did say something significant there. If Starfield, game of the generation, high expectations, I'm gonna take the next week off to play this all day type game. What is about Avowed? How about all these other Xbox exclusive games that a lot of people are coming out of? Fable. If your Starfield is setting the bar, and your Starfield is at 80, 87, which is objectively good. It is an objectively good game.
Yeah.
What did Kirby Deluxe get? Didn't I get like a 89 or 87? Didn't I get the same score too?
Maybe Deluxe, I don't think so.
But those types of games, I wonder how this is gonna set the bar for the rest of the Xbox exclusive start of the generation. That is something to kind of watch out for. I don't know what the next major Xbox game is going. Well, you said Forza, so I guess when Forza comes out, is that going to be in the high 80s? Is that going to touch 90? That's going to be very interesting to see.
Those Forza games do score really high. They score in the 90s. The problem is, even though they score in the 90s, like people just say, "Oh well, it's a racing game. It's not." You had one. Wasn't there one that came out last year? A Forza that came out last year. That was it last year or the year before, that scored in the 90s but wasn't nominated for the Game of the Year, and people kicked up a fuss. I mean the Game Awards, Game of the Year. So for people listening, I'm not sure I'm talking about the game. As in the game with Jeff Keighley's Game Awards, which is what a lot of people refer to. Even though there's many different awards and stuff like that. But I think it's pretty tough for like genres like racing, fighting, simulation games. They just almost never get nominated for that. I think it has to be something where multiplayer games get nominated and can win when Overwatch won it, right? But it's tough for something like that's a simulation. There's something, especially a game that doesn't have like there's no like characters, right? Usually Overwatch, you had a whole cast of characters, right? And it was just bright and colourful and stuff like that, and that's kind of why it won that year. But like Forza, there's no characters or anything, or Flight Simulator or whatever. They're not looked up in the same. Even if they score in the 90s, they're not kind of. I mean, Flight Simulator is Flight Simulator a game? I don't know, man. It's not really like a game in that sense. I need this. What is Kirby's Return to Dreamland?
Well, you want to really talk about the Keighleys. They just need.
I'm talking about the Keighleys. It was a 79.
Some of those things on.
I don't know why you brought up Wii Deluxe, but it was a 79. Okay, it was a 79.
Yeah. So
Kirby games don't score high, man. Come on.
There is a spot for those type of games and those award shows. I don't know. You have to be creative and come up with a category.
Kirby's Epic Yarn got an 86.
Huh?
Kirby's Epic Yarn got an 86 when it came out in 2010.
Okay, so Starfield is just as good as Kirby's Epic Yarn. Isn't that something?
Better. It's just 1 point higher. You did ask me a question about the PlayStation thing. I'm just going to quickly look at. There's a few comments. Oh my god! Thank you, Jay Arthur. Link me to the code space. Yes, let's go. Unisense code space. Oh my god! I can't get it. If there was some like Nintendo code spaces, somebody link me to that. I don't think I've ever seen one. A Nintendo code space. I don't know, for some reason they always like PlayStation and Xbox ones. There was a code space when the score. This is so wild. The scores of Final Fantasy 16 came out and it was code spaces, and that scored decent. Again, that was like 86 or something like that. Dank says that Forza, they ignored Horizon 5 was highly rated for that year. So was that last year? It's last year, right? That Forza 5, Horizon 5 was out. Yeah, it was ignored. It was highly rated for the reasons I said. Basically, they're seen differently. I think because they don't have. It's kind of tough because they don't have characters or really like a, proper. I don't know. It's a game, but they don't have. The cars are the characters, aren't they? Right? Oh, it was 2021. Oh, sorry, I thought it was last year. J Arthur, I am giving you a goddamn J point. J Arthur linked me to this cope space. Thank you, J Arthur. Anyone that links me to a cope space automatically gets a J point. That space is a bit unhinged. I know, but that's why it's so fun, J Alpha, because it's unhinged. That's why I need to listen to it. It's unhinged. They're complaining about when there's nothing to complain about. That's why it's so funny. So link me to Code Spaces, please, everybody. Mousie's back. Forza Horizon, Mousy, you know what I mean? There's like player characters, or there's a little story mode thing you can do, quests or whatever, but it's not. Yeah, Mousy, come on, that's not. You know what I mean, man. You know, like a Mario game doesn't have like almost no story, but there's characters in it. You know.
Well, I think that's going to change. I'm looking forward to the next 3D Mario game.
Oh no!
I think we're going to see some real big revolutions there. Some revolution, because Mario Wonder is already doing a lot. You know, you've got a lot of characters, voice acting, and what I'm sure is going to pick your brain. They have Japanese voice acting too, so that may increase the Japanese market. Because the flowers speak in Japanese, so I'm sure that may. Oh, look at that.
Well, that makes sense because they're speaking whole sentences, so they kind of, I guess, need to have to. They've probably localized it in a load of different languages. Yeah. Mousy is going to bat for Forza Horizon for some reason. Mousy says, yes, you use character, you can do a quest in it. There's a story, a mechanic wants to restore her grandfather's old beta. Now there is, you know, play Jodie, there's a story. Okay, Mousy, there's a story in God. Are you guys going to talk about the Wonder Direct? We can talk about, JT, why don't you come in here and talk about the Wonder Direct? You want to talk about it? Come in here. Come in, the waiting room's open. Come in and talk about the Wonder Direct.
Well, as we are waiting for J2 to come in, why don't we talk about the Wonder Direct? What did you think?
It was good to me. Sorry?
Well, it was good to you. Is that it? Because I was impressed. You know this.
No, I was impressed with the abilities and.
I know that's very taboo to say, but I like the new Super Mario Brothers series. I thought all of them were a lot of fun to play. Very relaxing video games. We don't have a lot of platformers out there, so I enjoy them. So I get what people are talking about the staleness of it. So yes, it is stale. It's kind of like a cheese sandwich. That's how I view the Mario games. But this one actually impressed me. I'm really excited about it. I like what they're doing. I like the fact that there was no deadline. We have to get this game out.
Yeah, that was an interesting part of this story.
I really like that. You know, so there is no deadline. You go behind the scenes. Everybody had a lot of ideas. You know, they kind of challenged them a little bit. Let's try to do something different with Mario, and that's kind of what this IP needs. And I'm happy to see what they're doing with it. I still think it is going to play by the next Mario 2D beats, so it's not going to be too much of a revolution. But I am very excited about what this next Mario game can play. And you got online ghost players. So when we all play together within our Discord. Well, my game is my game, and your game is your game. So I'm not interacting with your game, and that is phenomenal.
I keep trying to organise, and we're probably going to do like this, maybe play this weekend, if Jago is able to. What's I trying to thought now? Oh yeah, so I don't have a news thing in front of me because nobody posted it in the topics, so I don't have it at hand. But apparently there was news that emerged that there was what VMAG was with. Because sorry, I'm just giving context to what you're saying, VMAG. Apparently the developers for Mario Wonder did not have any sort of deadline at all. There was no deadline for the game, so it allowed them to be more creative because they didn't have to work to a deadline. And so if you watch the Mario Wonder Direct, there's all sorts of crazy like weirdo psychedelic stuff going on in it. Seems to be as a result of them having so much time to play about different mechanics. Now I actually was impressed with the game. I thought it had a lot more abilities and stuff than I thought, because I wasn't planning. I was maybe I'll pick it up eventually. I wasn't planning to buy it anytime soon.
Questionable, because you have the same person who still hasn't unwrapped your Tears of the Kingdom, right?
God. Okay, I haven't, right? Alright, you got me, Vinny. You happy? I haven't unwrapped it, no! I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 at the moment. I'm only 40% of the way through that.
That old game, huh? That old ass game no one else is talking about now. You're just not getting into it.
Getting into what? Final Fantasy 6? I don't care if I'm not playing a game at the same time everyone else is. I've got other things I'm doing, so I'm all trying to be. It's difficult to do it on Fridays because I've got this show. It's like 8 p.m. now, right? So yeah, and I try and get my studies done before I start the show. By the time I finish the show, it's late, so there's not much time to play, and I have got to get up early to play Dungeons and Dragons in the morning. So yeah, so I have a huge backlog, so that's why I was not planning. It's not a game I was planning to get at launch, right? Which I'm still not going to get. I haven't finished Final Fantasy 16. No, I haven't finished it. The game started off really good for me, and it's been getting more disappointing. In terms of like, I'm not even talking about as being like, I'm not particularly big Final Fantasy fan or anything like that. I'm talking about in just terms of just the game. I'm judging the game as its own thing, and I'm finding some the gameplay aspects kind of shallow and stuff like that. So, but the music is excellent. I'll say with that. The music is excellent. I like some of the character design and costume design and stuff like that.
Well, the music can't be that great because you don't play it on your show.
Enough of this. I get called out for every time I play Final Fantasy music. I get called out, and now I'm saying I'm not playing Final Fantasy music. No, I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Don't put Final Fantasy music on now. You're gonna say that? I'm gonna put it on right now. I'm doing it. Final Fantasy 16. I'm doing it. Calling me out. Final Fantasy 16. 15. OST. Alright? Not OST. I know this. Google knows what I mean. Okay, so this is the whole thing. Hang on. But some of this music is going to be too hyper though. Some of this music is going to be too hyper. Because the music is a bit hype. What about this?
I don't remember music too much. I don't remember a whole lot.
What about this one?
Music.
What about this one? Piano cover collection. Some of the music in that game is really hype, like these boss fights and all this. Why are you lamowing? Why are you lamowing J2? Why are you like J2 claims they're at work, and that's why they can't talk. J2, I don't believe you. I don't believe you that you're at work. I just think you chickened out. That's what I think happened. I think you chickened out, and that's why you're not coming on. If you chicken out, then we're not talking about that. Alright? You get one chance. You come in. You come in, and then we talk about that. Who's a Final Fantasy Closet fan? You're a Final Fantasy Closet fan.
Ladies and gentlemen, our host today hasn't had enough sleep, so the verbal abuse that she's doing to our community isn't truly how she represents. So please go ahead and click that like, and please click that subscribe button.
Click the like and subscribe button. Whilst I play some, I'm getting called out. I'm playing Final Fantasy 16 music right now. So what do you think about that? But a lot of it's battle. Unfortunately, this soundtrack has got a whole lot of battle music in it. Has anyone got like a thing of it where it hasn't got all the bloody battle music in it? Because the battle music's too. I'm literally. Oh, cat! No, I'm literally at work, Lamau. Okay, you can claim whatever you want, Day2. I mean, I'm just hearing excuses. That's what I'm hearing. This is Vinnie Mac can't hear it. This is Final Fantasy music. There's some of it is kind of relaxing and more calm, but there's some like boss fight music that I can see, like boss fight. I don't want that like super hyper music in my ears, so I'll just play this one. Yeah, so we didn't finish talking about the price increases for the PlayStation. What do you call it?
Yeah, give us your thoughts about what you think. Yeah. Again, I think they're making the right decision because you PlayStation fans ain't going to. So I think they made the right decision.
Hold on. What was that sentence? What you just said?
I think PlayStation made the right decision because PlayStation fans, and I have to say this too, I'm a PlayStation guy, so therefore.
Okay. When you said you PlayStation, I'm gonna say you PlayStation fans. How are you not included in that?
Well, I'm not going to do a subscription service because I'm not going to play games that I already played.
Well, I have the thing. I have the. I didn't even realise it auto renewed last time, but at the the old price, not this new price yet. So it's I've got it for I did cancel the auto renewal, so it's not going to auto renew. But the and I barely use it. I don't even play my PlayStation that much. I'm not a particularly big. You can call me a PlayStation. I'm not a PlayStation fan. Really, I like playing some games on PlayStation, but I don't know if you can't really call me a big PlayStation fan. So, you know, I don't really play online. So I don't know. Anyone wants to play online with me on PlayStation? Let me know. The only thing I play online there'll be Final Fantasy 14. But that subscription I had to cancel because I just wasn't playing it. And it's, you know, but if anyone wants to play Final Fantasy 14 with me, I'll resubscribe for a month. Okay. I have the game on PlayStation as well as PC. I just remembered you don't need PS Plus to play Final Fantasy 14 on PlayStation. If you just have the subscription, you don't need PS Plus. So I don't even need it. I don't think I've ever played online on PlayStation ever, on my PS5 ever. I don't even know why I have this thing, this goddamn subscription. But yeah, I claimed a load of games on it, and I've played almost none of them. So I don't even know why I have the subscription. I cancelled it. It is okay. So it's cross-play between PlayStation and PC, but as I explained, I think before, it's not cross-play between regions. The servers are completely separate. So the North American servers, the European servers, the Japanese servers, and the Oceania servers are separate. You cannot play with people across servers. Now, at the moment, my account is on the Oceania server because I was playing with people that was in Australia. So I would have to change back to a different server in order to play. I'm sure Jago mentioned at one point. I don't think he plays Final Fantasy 14 anymore, but yeah, if anyone wants to play, I will change to the server that most people are on. I used to be on the US server actually, and then when they opened the Oceania server, you could move there for free. So we, in the guild I was in, we moved to the Oceania server. But yeah, it's not, in that sense, it's not cross. You can't truly play with people across the world with it, only on your server. So you can't play across regions, but you can play across devices. So if one person's on PlayStation, another person's on PC, but you're in the same region on the same server, you can play together. That's the way it works. Yeah, anyway, after VMAC called me out, Loki called me out. Not even Loki called me, Heike called me out. So what's interesting about the PS Plus is that it's not unusual to have these increases because it happens all the time with these different subscription services. What's interesting about the one with PS Plus is that it comes after the last financial report that Sony had, where they said they would no longer be announcing the monthly active users or the subscribers to PlayStation Plus, and that's basically because they didn't say this, but the numbers have stagnated. They just haven't had any growth, right, for a really long time. They introduced these new tiers around a year ago, and it's basically there was there used to be the PlayStation Now, which was, oh my god, this is too hype. Where's that? Oh my god, even this one, this music is. I think got one that's like not just. Oh no, this one's nice. We'll have this one. This isn't hype. This music's good. Okay, so we'll have this one.
Just go ahead and put on your Final Fantasy 7 lo-fi rap music. Go ahead and put it on.
It's not rap music. Why is Final Fantasy? Where's the rap in that?
You're hip hop.
Yeah, it's low. You'd call it lo-fi hip hop. Is what they call it. No, I have Final Fantasy 16. Look, what's going on here? You can't tell me I want music, and I put on the music. You complaining I'm not putting on, and I put it on, and you tell me put on the other music you've been complaining I've been putting on. I literally I changed the music. Everyone accuses me of not changing the music, and every time someone asks me to change the music, I change it every time. What can I do?
Final Fantasy 16 doesn't really have any let me go run my bike music, let me go work out music. It's not that type of music. It's kind of like background in the moment music. You're not
apart from the boss. I mean, they do have boss music that's kind of like rousing type music.
So just go ahead and make yourself happy and put yourself on the Final Fantasy 7
this one now. We're watching Clive walk around.
Anyway.
We're this one now, and Clive's walking around. So I don't know what. Whoever did this, they're just pushing the stick really slowly to. I found this goddamn in this game because he'll run if you push on the stick, he'll run. So they well, I think he does run. Did he run in this? I can't remember. You can run in this area anyway, in this part of the game, but they're pushing on the stick, pushing a little bit on the stick. So what was I going to say? Oh yeah, so it came after Sony announced that they were not going to announce those numbers anymore, which right off the bat that was like everyone was like, what, that's kind of sus, you're not announcing these numbers anymore, because we already like that part of the PlayStation business Sony had been transparent about up until that point, or pretty transparent. They told us all the every financial report to them. Now they're not doing that. It's like, what, you're putting on Microsoft now, you're not telling us the numbers, right? So they revamped it. The price sort of technically it increased when they combined PlayStation Now and PS Plus. They revamped it, called the whole thing PlayStation Plus, put it into different tiers. So then for just a year out from that to raise the price, and it wasn't just the fact they raised the price, the prices were the raises were pretty significant. So I have the blog here, and then I think somebody linked me to, okay, so this is a Polygon article about the big price hike. So it says expect to pay at least $20 more annually. So I think they mean US dollars. I love this music, but it's loud in my ear holes. I'm turning it down a little bit. It's in my ear holes. Because of articles.
I'm giving you permission again for you to put on your Final Fantasy 7 logo.
Stop this right now! You need to stop! This needs to stop! This needs to stop! I like this music! Stop it!
I'm not trying to gaslight you. I'm just saying go ahead and make yourself happy.
I'm getting gaslighted! Stop it! So it says Sony is a Polygon article. Sony is raising the price of the 12-month PlayStation Plus subscription across all plans in September. So that was the other thing. The notice was pretty short. Because we got this a day or two ago, right? Subscribers can expect to pay at least $20 more annually at the base level known as PlayStation Plus Essential. They'll see bigger price hikes for extra and premium level subscriptions, adding an additional $40 per year for the top tier PS Plus plan. So that it's very substantial. It's like 30%? So PlayStation, so these are all the 12 months plans, right? So Essential is going from $79.99. It's going from $59.99 to $79.99. This is all US dollars, by the way. I'm looking at a US article. The extra tier is going from $99.99 to $134.99, and the premium plan is going from $119.99 to $159.99. That is a big increase, and not only that, they only gave a week's notice. So
yeah, that's what surprised me. Usually in these cases they usually give you like 30 days,
something like that.
So you have the ability to sort of can't cancel before kind of everything goes in. I'm actually very surprised that they're going in right away, which tells me that PlayStation is kind of this is synergizing with something else.
Oh,
so I would be surprised if they start doing, like Spider-Man 2 60 days later. That's just an example.
Spider-Man 2 what, sorry?
Game coming or something like that.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said about Spider-Man. Sorry, could you repeat that part about Spider-Man 2 something?
Yeah, Spider-Man 2 is 60 days later. So 60 days after launch. Yeah, I'm just making something up. Like 60 days after launch, it goes on to the online experience. So in those cases, I can see a lot of people jumping right back on, because again, I think PlayStation is making a smart move here, because again, the PlayStation fan base, you guys aren't going anywhere. We're just not.
You need to stop this you guys thing. You need to stop this you guys thing. Call me a PlayStation fan. This needs to stop right now.
When do
I ever talk about PlayStation games, Vinnie Mac? How often do I do that?
Well,
I'm just not into PlayStation games like that. I'm just not into their games like that. So it's not really
when I say
fair to call me a fan.
You are part of the gaming community.
I'm part of the gaming community. I play games and everything, but I'm not like some hardcore PlayStation fan at all. I don't even like most of their first party games, so
okay. And you did say that you did cancel your subscriptions, right?
Yeah, so I do have it for like until 2024. So I have it for almost I think it might be January or February it expires. I have it for quite a while. But what I didn't realise, because this is the thing, it also renewed, because I thought it'd run out. I hadn't been claiming the games, so I didn't claim all the games for like months. So I didn't know. I thought it ran out, and then when I went onto my PlayStation, I was like, oh no, wait, no, I have the subscription. What the hell?
So Dave Memes does bring up a good point where the first party offerings, and I'm saying this is what those increases in tiers are coming. Well, again, I'm not going to be surprised if we start seeing more. I don't want to say day and date, because PlayStation said they don't want to do that. But eventually, if they want to compete with Microsoft, they're going to have to make some type of adjustment. So it may not be day and date. You may have to wait 30 days or 60 days, or you want to get the highest tier. Maybe with the highest tier, you get day and date. I don't know. But I do think there is something cooking on PlayStation, and I'm not a PlayStation insider. I am a Nintendo insider, because I have predicted Mario Wonder twice. That one voice acting was going to be in it, which I was correct, and two, that it was going to be a Nintendo Live, which I was correct. So that makes me an insider as well. So everyone follow me.
I don't know what I do not know what Vinnie Mac is talking about. I would say about the increases. I think that it's smart for PlayStation in their business, because it's going to make them more money very quickly because of per customer, and it's going to increase their revenue for subscription services. Without really anything else really changing in terms of the number of people. So it's good for them, but it's not good for us, the consumer, obviously, because they're not even offering anything more. It's just the same service. And I know there have been people dissatisfied with the premium tier in particular, because that one, you're supposed to get, basically what you get in addition is classic games, and I think access to PS3 streaming, the streaming part, which used to be part of PlayStation Now. But the classic games offerings haven't been good enough to justify the price. At the price it already was, so that added an extra $40. Was it $40? $30.
So to you, do you believe this is just a cash grab on PlayStation now? They're just trying to wait and increase revenue with no other features or benefits tied to it?
No, it is $40. So did you say a revenue grab?
Yeah, a cash grab.
Obviously, any increase is that's what it is.
Well, I mean, so sometimes, again, so now we have to compare this with like streaming services. There's usually some sort of big name something coming. So you may get yourself a big name TV show, whatever, exclusively on Netflix, exclusively on Hulu. So you can sometimes tie an increase with an increase in product. You can sometimes see the connection there. In this case with PlayStation, are we saying that it's just a cash grab with no additional features or benefits coming down the pipe? So
yeah, they haven't announced anything additional.
So
Mousy says the game, and I forgot about this. The Game Pass price is already raised in July. The Game Pass price is raised in July, she said.
All right. Well, they're trying to get that Starfield money back. That $220 million.
I can't. Get that back somehow. Mousie's working. She's at work from which can't do it. I don't know if there's a link to how much it rose by, but yeah, I actually forgot about that it did rise already. Sonic Music, Mousy. Dank Meme Center says hi, Dank. GameKiller64, welcome. GameKiller64 says, I sure hope those Wonder Seed stages are interesting. Well, they looked bloody interesting from what they were showing. They looked very interesting. They looked wild, actually. And Jay, but why are you popping off right now? GameKiller64 says, yes, Final Fantasy 16 is a real game. As opposed to what? As opposed to what? Dank Meme Center's laughing for some reason. GameKiller64, the motifs for the Rosaria theme in other tracks are good. Yeah, this track I love. I thought this track that I'm playing right now is in the demo. When you have to go to this Still Wind or Still Wood or something, to like you do your first mission. There's a monster there. Or these goblins, whatever they are. This is in the demo, right? I was like, oh my god, this music's amazing! I love this track. I was like, oh yeah, let's go. And then I don't know, man, it just kind of went down. Not in terms of the music's still good, but like the game, like in the gameplay, I just wasn't feeling. So I'm just not feeling some of it. But I'm only 40% of the way through the game, so let's see when I finish and see. I'll give my impressions.
Well, for me, Kitty Cat, I have to drop.
Okay.
Wonderful show as always, and thank you so much for having me on. If everyone can please like and subscribe, she's doing a phenomenal job allowing people from her community to jump on board. You don't really see this too much from any other YouTuber, so I do want to thank you, Jody, so much for inviting the community on to have these types of conversations. Please like and subscribe and continue to listen on. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinnie Mac. Catch you later. Okay, is this like battle music now? Okay, we're not doing this battle music. This battle music needs to stop. I like the battle music, but this is too hype. Battle theme, dungeon theme, battle theme. Why did we play? Everything's a goddamn battle theme. Oh, look at the goddamn battle themes. Can we have one that's not a battle? Brotherhood? Sorry, I need a world map. No. Like, low-key there's spoilers in this. What are they doing? Okay, can I just put the Still Wind back on? I like that one. We'll just put that on loop. Okay, so... Oh, now. So yeah, there's a subscription services segment brought to you by Vinnie Mac, who loves talking about subscription services. So it's interesting the impact that this will have. We'll see coming over the coming months and years the impact it's going to have. GameKiller says, 64 says, maybe I'm crazy, but I'm not too pressed with the price increases. I only pay for Game Pass when I want to play a specific game. I might do the same with PS Plus since I really play online games. That's sensible to do, because if you're not playing all the time, then why pay? I mean, you probably do what I do, GameKiller64, where you forget that you subscribe to certain things, right? So that's what happened with me in the PS Plus. I didn't realise that it auto-reload, right? I don't play games online. Like, no one plays with me on PlayStation. Yeah, somebody hit me up. I'll play with you. I don't know what I'll play. Something on my PlayStation, but since I have that until next year now. GameKiller64 says, yes, Still Wind OSTs is so good, it blew me. Oh, yes! It just gave me like tingles. I was getting tingles when he was playing this music. And we went to this area where it's all like, if anyone's watching on the screen, it's like decimate. There's some monsters there you have to go and find, right? So this is like the first This isn't a demo. It's like your first mission, or it's the first thing you do outside of the tutorial. And I was like, this music is amazing. I was blown away. I was literally blown away by this music. I'm not even joking. I'm not even exaggerating. And I don't get blown away that easy like that. The last time that I played a game and the track really just blew my mind was in SMT4, right? And because I hadn't played the game, right? So I already knew the music. When you first go into the overworld, anyone who played SMT4 and the Tokyo theme, when you go into that oh my god, that goddamn map is insane, right? You spend hours just getting lost in that goddamn map. It's really badly designed, but I wasn't expecting that music. So anyone who plays SMT4, once you get to the Tokyo, SMT5 music is very, very good as well. But SMT4, which is that I don't know, it just blew me away. So I felt like that with this track. And there's other really, really good tracks in the game from where I've played Game Killers. I've only played 40% of the game. And there's all very good music in there. But in some ways, the game's a bit shallow for me. I think in just some of the RPG aspects and the gameplay is kind of lacking, and the level design is very linear. There's not really any sort of exploration in it, so that's the things I don't like about the game. But the music is second to none. So I don't know, this might win at least best music, the Game Awards. Dank Move Center says, I haven't felt compelled to get back PS Plus after it lapsed over a few years ago. Oh, for that long? Okay, so you if you I mean, you need it to play online, right? So if that isn't your primary, either you just want to play online, or you do want to take advantage of the library of games in the extra and premium tiers, right? But yeah, I don't really care. Listen, I don't need a subscription service. I've got a whole goddamn pile of backlog of games here. I have my own Game Pass in my living room. I do not need to sign up to a goddamn Game Pass or PS Plus. I have it right here. It's in my living room. Well, I don't need to. I've got so much backlog. And I love playing all sorts of indie games and stuff like that. So I have a whole bunch of them. So I just don't feel like I need to sign up for something. Let me make sure I'm not missing these comments. Look at these Discord comments. Have I missed any? Did I miss Discord comments? Oh my god, this is 24 new messages. I didn't scroll up. I bet Jago's in here shouting at me to scroll up. You're literally at work. I don't know. I don't know if I believe you. Jodie Icon Mode. Oh my god, I missed all these comments. Dank says, Final Fantasy calls it fan. I'm not a Final Fantasy calls it. I'm not that big of a I haven't played enough of the Final Fantasy games to be a closet goddamn fan, Vinnie Mac. I've played I haven't even played most of the big ones. Dan Queen says, where's the online first party offerings at? Well, they announced them, they announced them, Dank. The Fair Games. That one was announced at the Sony showcase, and the other one was hold up, what was it called again? Was it Concord? What was it called? I've forgotten. And there was another one, and then there was one called and then there was a new Bungie game, Marathon. There you go. Feels like a quick Quarter Bloom report. What does that mean? Optics is bad. This move would have made sense when they restructured PS Plus. Right, but they technically did put up. I think they did technically put up the price when they restructured PS Plus. Like didn't the monthly price go up or something? Kike says $15 to $17. What is? Sorry, I'm so behind all your comments. I didn't see all this. Because Vinnie Mac was accusing me of various things, so I didn't see it. Sorry. Oh, thank you, Mousy. Mousy has the link here to the price hike for the Game Pass. Oh, okay. So they put up. This is what it was. They did it in other regions, but not the US. Xbox Series pricing will remain the same in the US and match PS5 pricing in most other markets. Xbox Game Pass prices are going up in okay, so the Game Pass went up in most markets, but the console didn't. Okay, so Microsoft is increasing Xbox Series X prices in most countries in August, apart from the US, Japan, Chile, Brazil, and Colombia. The Xbox maker is also increasing the monthly prices of its Xbox Game Pass and Xbox Game Pass Ultimate subscriptions for the first time next month, which will see the base Game Pass subscription for console move up to $10.99 a month from $9.99 a month. Okay, that increase is way less than the... Oh my god. What? It's $2! It's $2 per monthly, but what is it per yeah, it's monthly. Okay, so the pricing for Ultimate and console will increase starting July 6th. Xbox Game Pass Ultimate will move from $14.99 per month to $16.99 per month, which is €14.99 or £12.99 British pounds. The base Xbox Game Pass for console pricing will also move up $9.99 a month to $10.99 a month. So what's the what do you call it? The 12-month price. Is it? Can you not get it on like a year at a time, or do you have to pay monthly like this? I actually don't know. The base Xbox Game Pass for console pricing will also move away from $9.99 a month. Yeah, I did that. Sorry, to repeat myself. And also after this, I think then was the announcement that they were sunsetting Xbox Live, and it was going to be called something else, Xbox Game Pass Base or something like that. Mousy says that's right. For Ultimate Game Pass, base Game Pass was $1. It used to be. Kike says going to SMT for Tokyo to read forbidden books. SMT. Going to read forbidden books. What were the oh yeah, there was yeah, okay, I remember now. Yeah, you have to go to Tokyo. No, I spoiled the game, but you have to go to you're in Tokyo at one point. The theme's called Tokyo. Game Pass went up everywhere. Series S pricing didn't go up anywhere. Probably because it didn't really need to. Oh, because there's no annual pricing for Game Pass. Okay, well that explains that then. There's no annual pricing. There's a chart here of all the different prices for Xbox Game Pass pricing. I am not going to look at that. It's a long chart. Okay, so the next thing we want to talk about. How long do we have? So we've been live for an hour and a half. 2.5 hours. Oh, I'm missing more comments, sorry. What did I miss here? Game Killer says, I'm a fan of the FF16 battle system. I never played DMC or Bayonetta, so maybe it's missing the depth of those games, but I'm happy with it. I'm ready to play Final Fantasy mode after I beat it. So is it Final Fantasy mode like the hard mode, right? That means Center says for sure. I'm not even comparing it to... I mean, you could directly compare it to those action games, of course. And for sure... I mean, I've only played Bayonetta. I played Devil May Cry, like, 20 years ago. I can't remember. But, yeah, yeah, for sure, it definitely doesn't have the depth of those. But, I mean, even just looking at it in just isolation as just it's a battle system. Like, I was talking about this with, like Mario DK, for example. Like, there's no, like, status effects apart from when you stagger an enemy. But they can't stagger you. So it's not like it's an equal thing. You can stagger an enemy. They can knock you down, but not stagger you. So I guess that's kind of it. There's no like really status effects or elemental resistances and all of the, when you get every this is just my opinion of Game Killer, but bear in mind I'm only 40% way. I haven't finished the game, right? But I feel like the new icons I've got, they feel like a palette swap of what I already have. It's just like, oh well, here's this new thing, and you do a new fancy animation, but it's not, the effect isn't any different. That's how it felt for me. And I feel like the crafting's kind of shallow, but there's things I like about the game, and I'm definitely going to finish it. But as it's 20-9, I'm probably not going to play any tonight, unfortunately. I have some other things to do, including having dinner. I haven't had any dinner. Okay, so the last thing I would like to talk about would be this. I guess this is Final Fantasy 16 again. So we're going to talk about what an analyst at, what's it called? Yasuda. Talking about final. Now here's the original Games Industry.biz Japan edition article in Japanese, right? So we had Mario DK used Deep L translation. Now you can use the Google Translate here and just do the whole page. It's not the best. Now Deep L is still machine translation, but it's a little bit better than Google Translate. So we're going to use that, and I have not read the whole thing because I just did not have time, and it's like a pretty long thing. So what we're going to do is, or what I'm going to do is, I'm going to display. Oh yeah, Game Killer says, I did think it was weird how the elemental spells, they didn't have any effects. That's what I'm saying. The elemental spells don't have, they don't do it. They do damage obviously, but there's no like any type of status, there's no resistances or anything, even though you're using these there. And the crafting's also non-existent. That's what I meant about it being a little bit shallow, Game Killer. I'm not even comparing it to, I know other people probably compare it to, I think those comparisons are fair because they did intentionally make it like Devil May Cry combat, and they got the combat designer from Devil May Cry. That was intentional, so I think it is fair to compare it to. I'm personally not even comparing it to those games. I'm just comparing it to other RPGs, other action RPGs, and they're not having things like elemental resistances. They don't have any effect, and the crafting is like, you say it's almost non-existent. That's what I'm talking about. That's just my own personal problems, things that I've had to the game. Hopefully it will get a bit better as I go on. Okay, so let's look at Discord. This one. Okay, so we're gonna look at Discord right now, and we're gonna go into this one. Yeah. Okay, so. This was, so it's Toyo Securities, and this is Yasuda from Toyo Securities, right? So this is Takashi Mochizuki, who works for Bloomberg, reported on this. Now this comes in the wake of, when it comes to Final Fantasy 16 sales, like quote-unquote controversy, right? So it comes in the wake of that initial rumour/report from Imran Khan, who says that his words were something like Square Enix is slightly panicking about the pre-orders. This is before the game was even out. It came in a wake of, I think, honestly, I think it's a little bit damage control of Joshi P, basically saying something like commenting on the pre-orders, the sales, it's not going to they already knew the pre-orders weren't that high, right? Saying that they don't expect the sales to explode, talking about this 18-month plan thing, and then the game came out, and then we didn't get the 3-day update that we got with Final Fantasy VII Remake, for example. It was 6 days. So Final Fantasy VII Remake sold 3.5 million in 3 days, right? And they made a point of saying 1 million of that was in Japan, so that's almost a third. This time it was 3 million in 6/7 days, and and they did not give any breakdown for what the game sold in Japan, right? And we know from the physical sales, it wasn't great, right? Not for a new mainline Final Fantasy game, it wasn't great, okay, right? So, so then Mochizuki tweeted out and had an article in Bloomberg saying that he was talking specifically about the sales in Japan and them not being good, right? And then what happened after that is that Square Enix made a statement. This is weird. So that Mochizuki made that article on it was a Bloomberg article. So like low-key in response to that, it was indirectly responding to that article that was talking about the sales and not worldwide. You go and read the article, it said sales in Japan, right? And about how the sales had dropped off so much. And the analysts there, I think was it Yasuda at that time, was someone's like, they said Square Enix is going to have to take some measures to increase, like maybe some price cuts to increase the sales, right? So we had that, and then we had Square Enix making a statement to IGN, not IGN Japan, not Bloomberg, but to just regular US IGN, saying that they were, I can't remember the words they used, they were, satisfied or pleased or happy, I don't know, they were fine with they thought the sales, the launch sales were good, right? It's not exactly, I can't remember so somebody don't come call at me, I can't remember the exact words they used, all right? Then they said that, which I thought was weird. I'm like, why are you indirectly responding to this Bloomberg article that was about Japan sales, talking about worldwide sales? They didn't mention Japan in that statement to IGN, and to give even that in itself is unprecedented for a publisher, for their major game to go and give out a unprompted statement. Right? Obviously it was prompted by this Bloomberg article, but they did not reference the article, didn't say the article, didn't say anything. It was just a statement given. They must have gone to IGN and say, look, we're going to give you this statement exclusively. It didn't go anywhere else, it was just IGN, right? So that happened, and then we got Square Enix's financial, their quarterly financial report, and we saw that that their sales had gone up because obviously there was the release of Final Fantasy 16, but I think it's the net, isn't the net revenue, anyway, like kind of the kind of profit. So it's not, they don't call it that. Is it just the revenue? Anyway, that had gone down, and we talked about this on the show. I'm probably making a whole bunch of mistakes. I'm tired. I'm sorry. We talked about this on the show, and that basically that they had amortized. This is what Square Enix said. They had amortized development costs into that quarter. So because they did that, all the development costs of Final Fantasy, it was obviously Final Fantasy 16, so it was only that and like Pixel remasters that was released in that quarter, right? So, and so obviously which cost more to development. The Pixel remasters were actually ports of the mobile games that were already out, so they wouldn't even just made those, right? So it was Final Fantasy 16, so they put the development costs or dumped it all into one quarter, so that after it was, quote unquote paid. It doesn't mean that the game is gone into, it doesn't mean it's like it's in profit from now on, but it means it's like the development is, they're not I can't remember how it works, because it's in a new quarter, they're not paying it anymore, so it's like what's the word? I can't remember the financial term. Someone can correct me if I'm, porting games to Switch is really expensive. What are you talking about, Kike? It wasn't even just, these things didn't even just go to Switch anyway. It went to it was Switch and PlayStation 4. So what are you talking about, Kike? It's not, Kike's having a joke. He's not being serious. So what was I trying to thought? So then that happened. Then we had David Gibson originally tweeted out that I think he was at the Square Enix financial meeting that they thought it was gonna they thought they would have gotten more. He retracted that tweet. Other people that were apparently present at that meeting said Square Enix said something. It was something along the lines of like, the game met their expectations, but it was at the low end. And then we did Airbus Kiryu-san, that's what we call him. There's a whole story why he's called that. I'm not getting into it now. Airbus Kiryu-san, the CEO of Square Enix, said he basically said that it was. Didn't he actually come out and say that it was at the it wasn't at the high end of their expectations? So if they had an expectation range with a higher range that they thought the game could be at, then it was in the lower part of that range. We know they had a range. Then yeah, they did want more sales from it. Right, so that gets up to now, and then we have Mochizuki tweeted out this gamesindustry.biz article. Okay, so we have this detailed translation thanks to Mario DK. Mario DK, you already got J points. You're not getting that. I'm giving you another one. I gave Mario DK a J point for this. So I'll read some of this. Just one sec. Right, let's read this detailed translation. Now, I think this is the words of Yasuda, who's from Toyo Securities, right? The analyst from Toyo Securities. So, Mario DK says, Yasuda said the same thing I was saying months back about the attach rate schemes from Square Enix. So now here's just Yasuda's report. I also saw an opinion that FS16 did well in terms of tie ratio. However, I was surprised at the expression did well in the tie ratio. This is because it isn't the first time that I've seen a claim there is an appropriate level for the tie ratio, right? In terms of tie ratio, The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild had an astonishing figure of over 100% in the US and over 60% in Japan at the time of the Switch's launch. Furthermore, Momotaro Dentetsu Showa Heisei 2025, also a classic. I got the translation. We'll just call it I don't know why I'm just reading the whole thing. We'll just call him Momotaro. That's the God, who makes that game again? I'm so tired. Konami game. Konami, like a board game type thing. That sold over 3 million physical in Japan on Switch. So anyway, that's what Yasuda's referring to, that game. Anyway, so Momotaro, which did not have a high initial response, which had a domestic package tie ratio of 2% at the time of release. So it didn't start off very high with like the launch sales of that game. So it sold 2.9 million units as of August 13th. Oh, this is a mistranslation. It's not 2011. They translated the numbers wrong. They must mean 2022, as in last year. That is complete. 2011. Obviously, that makes no sense. According to Famitsu, so they mean. So we can just take a quick look. Let me just look. Oh, you won't be able to see this because I'm on a different screen. Hang on a minute. What is the sales of Momotaro right now? Okay, here we go. It's okay. So that must be now. So the game was released in 2020. I think it's garbled. It's garbled the dates when it's translated November into 2011. I don't know, man. So anyway, at this present time, the game is at 2.9 million. So it basically referring to now. So it's 2.9 million physical in Japan, right? That's what you said is referring to. Okay, let's continue. If my mouse will cooperate with me, please. Yeah, so it's sold 2.9 million as of this year. So let's just say that, according to Famitsu, achieving a tie ratio of 9.6% for domestic packages. And when I say packages, they mean this is just the translation. It's it means physical, right? It's for domestic physical, and domestic obviously referring to Japan. Domestic physical alone. So using tie ratios at the time of software release and assuming that there's an appropriate level makes one shake one's head. This is what Yasuda is saying, right? Perhaps those who argue this are unaware that the tie ratio argument is in fact Toyo Security's assertion that hardware determines software trends. Square Enix similarly claims that the PS5 has done well considering its popularity, but considering the current situation where Elden Ring and The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom have sold more than 10 million units in their initial runs, this situation, as seen from the outside, is unfortunately quite bad. I would like to consider this background a little more. It's just in translation via TPL. The following list is a list of phenomena evident at Square Enix. 1. The release interval of AAA games continues to increase, so the time before the time between releases. 2. Oh my god. You see this going in, man. You see this going in. Oh my god, I haven't read this before. You see this going in. Holy cow. Oh my god. You've been saying all this stuff about Square Enix. I've been saying, like, Mario DK. When you listen back, I don't know. Okay, DK's gonna go down and listen to this. Mario DK. I have been saying this same stuff as well. Anyway, you see what it says. 2. The range of metascore of the company's titles is large. Okay, so they're saying, right, they had some not any mid games, like lower than mid games. Okay, so we all remember Chocobo GP. We all remember what's called Babylon's Fall. We all remember Forspoken, right? So that's what you see us talking about. Okay, those games. 3. Some smartphone games are being released with short service periods. Yes, they're closing down games. We all remember Final Fantasy VII Remake First Soldier, that mobile game, a Battle Royale Final Fantasy VII mobile game that no one asked for, that was only on phones. They did not put it on PlayStation where the original game released. They did not put it on did not put it on PC or any other platforms. It was only on. It was dumb. That got shut down. There was some Dragon Quest games that got shut down. It was the other game. Yes, so their smartphone games are not doing that well. They're having ones that, and if you look at the latest financial report, their smartphone games, that segment was also down. All of their segments are down except for the goddamn plushie department. I call it the plushie department. Their merchandising department, everything was down. All their manga was down. Yes, their manga, not just the physical releases, the goddamn digital releases of their manga was also down. Alright? Okay, so Yasuda continues. No one would disagree with 1. So number 1 was that the releases between AAA games is increasing. No one would disagree with 1. The release intervals of both Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy have been getting longer and longer. It has been 7 years between 15 and 16. What Naoki Yoshida, the producer of Final Fantasy 16, said is that the company is doing not... Oh my god. Said what the company is doing do not match each other at all. This is the translation. What Yoshida said and what the company is doing do not match each other at all. Here's the bit I've said. What the company is doing do not match each other. I don't understand that sentence. That's translation is completely garbled. Mario DK, where are you? Somebody come and help me. 2. Oh, look at this! Look at this! Oh my god! Oh my god! Testify! Testify! He's gonna say, oh my god! I didn't read this before! This is wild! I've been saying this goddamn year! Look at this! The next comment. The scores of Babylon's Fall, and that should say Forspoken, are low, while those of Final Fantasy 16 Ultimate Traveler are high, showing a large range of variation and quality! The scores we put out is goddamn mid and sub-mid games! This is happening! This is happening! 3. Although, so they're commenting on like the points they'd made before. Although there is no objective indicator for smartphone games, many of them have been out of service for about a year, and their reputation among users may be declining, as in the case of games for consumer consoles. Mario DK, of course you can join. Hop into the waiting room. So yeah, okay, so the smartphone games are having only service for like a year, right? I may be declining, as in, she called for you minutes ago. Who's with me? Yeah, yeah, because I didn't know if Mario DK was here or not. This report is absolutely wild. These longer release intervals and large variations in game quality may be causing users to leave the market. The common factor in both cases is the increase in the scale of development. The problem that emerges is the rapidly expanding scale development may not be well governed by the organisation. Yeah, so what you're sort of saying there is what I've been saying for a couple of ages, is that Square Enix is grossly mismanaged, right? Grossly mismanaged, right? Oh my god, testify! No, my god, no, you're bringing up Capcom! Oh my god, yes, let's go! I'm Mario DK, hang on, I'm gonna bring you in a second, so I know Mario DK is gonna come in and he's not gonna let me speak. Mario DK, wait! I'm sure that President Kiryu, aka Airbrush Kiryu-san, that's how we're going to refer to him. I'm sure that Airbrush Kiryu-san is already aware of this point, but I think it's extremely difficult to deal with this problem. The reason for this is that Capcom chairman Tsujimoto recognised this problem more than 20 years ago, and it took him more than 10 years to address it. So Capcom, their issues, and they've been dropping off, and now what's happened with Capcom being, much better. At the time, smartphone games did not exist yet, but in-game development up to the original PlayStation, it was common practice to make a game for the time being and then remake it because the quality was poor. This was referred to as Fukubu Taikairi by CEO Miyamoto. But when the game development cost in the hundreds of millions of yens, this method became extremely inefficient. So like I said, we'd remake the game for the next generation or whatever. However, this method became extremely inefficient when the game development cost was in the hundreds of millions of yen. Nintendo too experienced unstable game releases. Chairman Tsujimoto realised that Capcom would not be able to survive the situation continued as it was, and implemented 3 measures from a very early stage. Specifically 1. Oh my god, Yasuda! Who is this Yasuda person? I want to shake their hand. Specifically, 1, multiple development, including PC. So this means multi-platform development, right? That's what those referring to. This translation's garbled. That's what it means. Aggressive recruitment of more than 100 people a year, and the establishment of a standardized development environment. As a result, many companies left Capcom had some issues. As a result, many creators left the company. Even so, Chairman Tsujimoto was determined to carry out organizational reforms and spent more than 10 years developing a system that would allow for the company to retain its expertise in large-scale development while ensuring that unit cost per person would not increase even as the scale of development grew. For the past 20 years, I have been continually amazed at Chairman Tsujimoto's eye for thinking 30 years into the future. It is broad perspective that makes me think so highly of It's a broad perspective that makes me think so highly of Capcom. This has led to Capcom's current success. Mwah. Chef's kiss. Chef's kiss. Nintendo had also had difficulties from the GameCube to the Switch, and it took a lot of time to deal with them. Square Enix's performance had been good up to this point, so they probably didn't hit. Oh, yes, Square Enix was coasting. Thank you. Square Enix was coasting. That's what was happening. They've got them coasting, living up their glory days. This is happening. When I talk to various managers, it seems that the authority of the petitions is too strong. Okay, I'm going to bring Mara DK in now. We're going to talk about this together. Oh my god, your suit is on point. On point. I didn't read this before. I'm just reading now. This deep old garbled translation. But yes, Mara DK, can you hear me? Mara DK's not there. Oh, he's there.
Can you hear me?
I can, but you are very low, so I'm going to raise your volume. Go ahead. What would you like to say?
I just want to echo what you said about like, I think you wanted to hug or kiss or shake Yasuda's hand, like.
Well, at least say about hug and kiss. Maybe.
one of those three, maybe not all of them.
No, maybe not all of them.
But you know.
I didn't read this before. I just skimmed over it, and I'm reading it now. I'm like, oh, holy crap! How long have I been saying this stuff? Go ahead.
Like, it's finally this long for someone like in the Japanese gaming market, because you don't really hear from like devs that much. Like actually. It was like Tsujimoto who said like the Japanese market is difficult. Like you kind of have to focus on Switch and PC.
Yeah, Tsujimoto said that over a year ago.
Yeah, so it's all part of like his praise for Capcom, and it's like they're more aware. Like Tsujimoto realized way back before like where things were headed.
Yes.
But Square Enix, it's like everything he's saying about Square Enix and just about the industry in general, like. How Japanese company. I don't know if you've gotten that far in the article, but
I've only gotten
like short,
halfway, just over halfway through.
But well, yeah. Long story short, I was just like, yes. This like, I was like, slay Yasuda, slay. I was just like, speaking the truth.
Testify. Yeah, man. I was like, what? I'm just reading this just now. Mary Kay, I didn't have time to read it. It was really long. I thought I'll just read it tomorrow. So I just quickly glanced at it. Now I'm reading it. I'm like, yo, we always say this. Like, we have said this before. Look at Capcom. Look at Square Enix. Capcom are having these hits, selling. Tell me in what world? How is Monster Hunter selling more than Final Fantasy? Please tell me how that's happening, Mary Kay. How's that happening? I know. Listen, people don't come at me and say, "Oh, what's that? A multiplayer game." I know that, but Resident Evil is not. Resident Evil is not, and that is reviewing extreme. Look at Resident Evil reviewing extremely high, selling really well. What did the last Resident Evil game sell? Not the one that just came out. The one before. 8.
I think it sold. Somewhere between 5 to 10 million. All I know is Resident Evil 2 Remake like recently became the best-selling one. I think 10-ish million or so.
Right. So you got to ask yourself this, right? Capcom is managing to sell 10 million of. I'll use Resident Evil because it's a single-player game, right? This is the best comparison. They're managing to sell, around 10 million, right? Of this without making these exclusive deals, without limiting themselves, but still having a high quality of games that are highly praised, highly reviewed, Game of the Year quality games, managing to do this. And Square Enix is kind of that. Look at all this, like this damage control, this statements, recent statements to IGN and all this type of nonsense, right? And you have then see, this is us in the community, us in the we are in a teeny tiny niche sales community, right? Nobody listens to, we're just Joe Schmoes. Nobody listens to us, right? But when you have someone who's an actual analyst who's, looking at this and working his interests, and it basically says what we've been saying for the past 2 years, right? You feel vindicated.
I think, I don't know if I talked about it with you, but I think I might have talked about it with Mousy or even to Jago when, at some point, but I was like, some of these producers and directors, they have too much power. Like, they shouldn't be like, unilaterally, like almost like a dictatorship, deciding like, yeah, this game, it is never going to be on Nintendo Switch. Like, okay, maybe you don't want to do it, but maybe the CEO or the guy above you should be like, okay, that's fine, we'll outsource it, we'll get someone else to do it. Like, it's like there's, I don't know if you got to that part yet, but he talks about like there's almost like he thinks there's like a
No, I didn't get to that part.
a balance and a check system on some of these developers. Like, it's an amazing article. It's probably like one of the best I've read for the Japanese market. And there's actually some tidbits in there that like explain some things that like
let's read the rest of that.
I never knew before.
Because no, I didn't. Yeah, I'm about halfway through it, so I want to read the rest of it. But yes.
Yeah, I don't want to jump around too much.
But you're right about this, like some game a producer or a director just deciding this goes on that platform, this goes on that platform. Right, so we talked about it. So I'm not bringing out that goddamn fortune company Atlas. I'm not even talking about Atlas. I'm talking about Bandai Namco. So Bandai Namco, right? Harada, the guy who's the director or the head of Bandai Namco Studios, they have just decided, or he's just decided, Bandai Namco Studios games do not go on Switch. Not a single one has, I don't think, ever been released on Switch, right? None since the Switch has existed, none of the games that have released from Bandai Namco Studios produced games. I'm not talking about the outsourced contract. I'm not talking about Super Smash Brothers. That's different. That's contracted work from Nintendo. I'm talking about Bandai Namco Studios' original IP, internally developed games. They have never released them on the Switch. Can I link the article? I can, but it's all in Japanese, J2. So if you want to read the detailed translation, please go to the notice board and go to the thread called Final Fantasy 16 not commercially successful. Because I can link the article, but it's in Japanese. So that's why we're using the detailed translation. Where did you type that again? It's like right here. You put it in the... Yeah, it's here, but it's in Japanese. So if you want to read it, go to the just on the notice board, the thread. Just called Final Fantasy 16 not commercially successful. I called it that because that was a title of the article. Okay. So I'd like to continue reading the rest of the article if you don't mind, Maridike. Okay, so let's go to here. The rest of this thing. 1 second, actually. 1 second. Okay. So Yasuda continues. In general, listed companies now, as the publicly traded companies, listed companies nowadays separate the executive and financial functions, so there's a check and balance between the two. This is called governance, or governance, control, and management. In technical terms, it is considered undesirable to have a single person in charge of execution and budget management, right? This is the reason why CEO and CFO are separated in companies, right? That makes sense. In the future, it will be necessary to establish an organizational structure that matches large-scale development. Square Enix needs to change its organization to... Oh my god. Yasuda spitting. Square Enix needs to change its organized. Can everyone still see the share screen? So I just moved it and I don't know if it affected what you can see on the stream. No, it's fine. Okay. Square Enix also needs to change its organization to match the increase in the scale of development, but even if they tried, it would be very difficult to achieve this in about 5 years, since the scale of development is now larger than that of Capcom's. Bear in mind, Capcom does not do anywhere near the scale of outsourcing that Square Enix does. Mario DK dropped out. I'll bring you back in, Mario DK. I'm sure maybe that you didn't mean to do that.
Sorry.
No, it's no problem. So he's dropped out again. I think he's having some technical issues. Furthermore, as I pointed out in the last issue, Square Enix's organizational structure has been changed to match that of the increase in the scale development. Furthermore, as I pointed out in the last issue, Square Enix, like SEA. What do you mean? It can't mean Southeast Asia. Does it mean SIE?
I think it means it's Sony.
SIE.
It's probably abbreviated differently in Japanese. I think it's.
I think it's still SIE. I think it's still SIE. Hang on.
It's DeepL, so it translates things differently. Like in the article, he wrote like Dorakoe as Dragon Quest, but the article translated as like Dracula. So
yeah, I know. It's so funny. I've seen that website. Okay, so SIE is on this. I'm just losing the finding page. SIE is on this article multiple times. So when they say SIE, they do mean Sony. Yeah, it's on here. So it must mean that. I think it's just DeepL's just yeah. So it's SIE. Furthermore, as I pointed out in the last issue, Square Enix, like SIE, does not seem to think that criticism is a good thing, especially in Japan, where the culture is to say, quote, "Thank you for your kind attention." Praise means silence. It is only natural that words of praise will not come out. If we do not understand this, we will all be saddened by the criticism. Obviously, this translation is a bit weird, but...
Yeah.
Another thing is that it's very difficult in Japan to carry out reforms without outside opinions, but if criticism is not tolerated, the road ahead will be very difficult. Yeah, so they're not open to a lot of criticism that you should change anything.
It's basically they're just sticking their head in the sand.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yasuda says, I will discuss Nintendo next month, and then I will touch on Sony Group's financial results. Bonus. What's this bonus bit here? Is this also Yasuda?
PSVR 2.
Okay.
It's like... It's short. He says like...
Let me read them. Yeah. As we have already predicted... Oh my god. Yasuda's not pulling any punches, man. As we have already predicted, the PSVR 2 also have been deemed to have never happened, and a number of PS Plus members has been undisclosed. Since all the failures are now assumed to have never happened, SIE's US headquarters will take this as an ever-winning and unbeatable victory, as this has caused a sense of superiority among users. So it's the same because they're not announcing PS Plus. If you don't announce it, you can't be failing, right? So they're not announcing PS Plus subscribers anymore. They're not. They said initial sales of PS. I want to say they said initial sales, and then they just never talked about it again.
Yeah, the first quarter were like it's up 8%, and then they just.
Oh, did they say that?
Didn't bring it up at all in the next one.
Right, in the next. So when did it come out again? Was it like in February or something?
I think no. It's PSVR 2 launched in February. Yeah, February. It's actually been like half a year now since it launched.
So there's been 2 financial reports since then, basically.
Yeah.
Since it's come out. So, yeah, I didn't read this before. Thank you very much for that. I already did give you a J point. So you got the J point.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was originally gonna like only do some of it because it was pretty long, but like the more I translated, I was like, holy.
He's like,
God, this guy is.
Testify! Let's go.
Yeah. He's the Japanese version of me.
So this is the thing. You and I can go and say, oh, this. Nobody cares what we're gonna say. You got so I have always wanted. I was like, why? What's going on? How is nobody commenting on this? We've got Square Enix. I've been saying, good lord, I've been saying for so long that Square Enix is mismanaged. So back when we was doing goddamn Spaces. Like, get rid of Matsuda, get him out, he's terrible, he knows what he's doing, he's messing up the goddamn company. They got rid of Matsuda, but now, everybody's Kiryu-san, I don't know, he's they headhunted him because he's a crypto bro, so I don't know, what he's gonna do, who knows, right, but we haven't had enough time for it. He hasn't been there since May, so it just hasn't been enough time. So everything that's going on and releasing now is like Matsuda's legacy. Of the stuff that he did.
Even Yasuda notes in the article, like, even if Kiryu starts now, it's not like something that happens quickly. Like this kind of organizational restructuring. Like Sega did some of that after Nagoshi got kicked out. But like they're still at this point a Yakuza and like Sonic company with some other smaller stuff. Like they've been working on their super game in the background, or 2 of them, I think. Like Jet Set Radio and Crazy
Well, that's the
Taxi.
rumor.
Yeah, but
I'd love to see how they work.
with
as
regards
live
to
service
Square,
games.
they're still floundering. Like,
Yes, because
You know that part-
they've been sitting back, they've been coasting on like of Final Fantasy, just carrying them along. And then ever since, obviously, Final Fantasy 14 was a disaster. It got fixed, and they're making a ton of money from that. They're just coasting on that. They've had some successful mobile games. They've had a whole bunch of mobile games recently that have all just been flops, closing down all over the goddamn place. They haven't had a single live service game. I'm not talking about Final Fantasy 16, which when they predates the current model of live service games, a subscription service. I'm talking about their modern day live service games. They haven't a single one of those that have succeeded. And they come out. This is the thing. This is how badly mismanaged they are. They're like, okay, let's make a Splatoon clone. Great. So they make a live service Splatoon clone. This Game of Thrones Stars isn't out yet. Let's make it exclusive to PlayStation 4 and 5. You're not playing the game even on PC? How does that make any sense? When you make a live service game, you're not putting it on PC. How is this not me about Square Enix? They're grossly mismanaged, and you should have said something grossly mismanaged. I've been saying this from time, and also I'm glad somebody at some point got a comment about this situation with what's going on with Sony quote unquote abandoning Japan, but then saying, oh, it's very important, Jim Ryan coming on Famitsu interviews saying, oh no, it's very important to us, and the Famitsu interviewer asking him 10 times, 10 different phrases in different ways, what are you going to do, are you going to release games for the Japanese market, and I was like, oh, it was the Elden Ring. Like, what the hell? This is what I'm talking about. And so I'm just like, I want somebody on the inside of this, like actually say, one of these developers to come. Why has nobody ever said anything about the collapse of PlayStation in Japan? Like, that must have affected, like, for a platform to just suddenly collapse like that must have affected developers and companies and things there, but there's been hardly any comments on it. And that I've always found bizarre, because it's like it's like it collapsed almost overnight, right?
I think it was like once Jim Ryan took over, because when it was Sean Layden before, they were still
not overnight, but
Remember that Project Rap Rabbit, and then it was around that same time they were doing like Parappa HD remastered. They were doing like Shadow of the Colossus remastered. They were
when they were doing, so all that stuff
Gravity
is a
Rush.
legacy of as you say, Sean Layden, right?
Yeah, Gravity Rush 2, and then he even said like, that right now it was like he basically implied like it was a power struggle, and that's kind of what was heard behind the scenes. And it was like he still cared about some of the smaller and the more quirky stuff, because he found it valuable to have like a more varied portfolio. But then Jim Ryan comes over and it's like, let's just double down on everything, and then we'll build everything around PS5. I think once Jim Ryan took over, it really was like overnight. I mean, I think Japan Studio got cleared out. We just heard that I don't know if it was Japan Studio or the person who used to be at Sony in charge of someone who had been there since the 90s. They just got hired by Xbox for their
so I did hear that news. I haven't really commented on that because it's just a hiring. They don't not much to say outside of, okay, they've hired somebody who was working for Sony during that whole era when PlayStation was in continual decline in Japan. I was like, so what are they going to do for Xbox then?
And that one ran the only Japan state of play that they did, like just out of nowhere, just to get people off their backs. Like, see, we care about Japan.
Yeah, that was kind of weird, because it's like every state of play has Japanese games in it. So to specifically say, oh, this one is the Japanese state of play, and then have something in there that was not going to and nothing in there was going to, I can't even remember half the games. I think one of them was Exoprimal. Like, nothing in there to excite the Japanese market at all. It was just that collapse. I find it hard to believe that there's there hasn't been like the effect. Like, PlayStation was in decline anyway. It was in decline anyway, right? So that was already happening, right? But the collapse from PS4 to PS5 in like how many years now? Is it 6 years?
3, 4. It's almost going to be. It's not even 3. It's only been.
Sorry. I mean, not 6 years. I mean, since the PS5 is out. Yeah, you're right. 3 years. That get in there. Yes, you can. Get in here, Kiki. Come. Oh my god,
Like
how long
they
have
had
it been like?
PSVR 2 coming up, and then Jim Ryan probably was like, "Yeah, let's not put it make a packing game for VR 2. Let's put it for PS5." And it was like they probably already had a game they were working on.
Okay, because they made Astro Bot for PS5. You think that Astro Bot game was meant to be PSVR 2? The Astro Bot Playroom, whatever it's called, the one that's on PS5.
I mean, it would have made more sense. Like you had that team make a packing game for VR1, and then for VR2, it's just advertised via blog posts. No packing game, no Astrobot. Like
so they made a package thing with. It wasn't a packing though. That Call of the Mountain.
Yeah, no call, no. Well, there was a bundle, but I don't even think it was cheaper. It was just like you get the game.
Oh, is that right? I think I need to change the music because I love this track, but it's like we've been listening to it for like an hour. I think it's only fair if we change it. These are all like boss fight type things. Oh my god, why is every theme like a goddamn boss fight?
One Wing Angel Lo-Fi.
I'm so tempted! Stop it! I'm so tempted! No, I was talking about SMT earlier, so let me find SMT. And SMT's got too much hype track, so we're gonna go SMT for Tokyo. On the 25th anniversary Tokyo theme was so good. Tokyo extended. Oh, extended by 30 minutes! Let's go!
I mean, we've talked about Jim Ryan enough, and I think because he said he's going to write an article on them.
Yes, he said. So Yasuda said that they're going to write an article on Jim, or on SIA or Jim Ryan, and also on Nintendo. I'm really looking forward. Or this, this is on Sony. So I don't know if they mean Sony as a whole company or just SIA. Oh my god!
Well, there was actually more. There's actually more in this article about Sony and some of their results. Like that snippet about the PSVR 2 was like it kind of kept going, and but I wanted to keep it focused on the dunking on Square Enix part, you know.
Yeah, so I'm a bit just saying. Oh, Kike's here. Kike, come in. Let's go. Oh my god, this show's been live for so long. I said, oh no, our show. Look what's happened. Kike, welcome.
Hello.
Hello.
What's up?
Whoa, I'm here.
You're here.
You sound a little tired.
You sound knackered.
It's a long day of work because we have Labor Day, so we have to do a bunch to make up for it.
Oh, okay. So you have a day off on Monday, is it?
Yes.
Okay, so after today, have you finished work now?
Well, the reason why I can talk is because I'm the last one in the office, and there's nobody here.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've got no oversight. Let's go.
You
Once the cat's away, the mice will play.
Turn us up.
Yeah. So it's time to skive off work. That's what's happening. Yeah. Kike is skiving off work. Live. This is recorded. Kike's boss. Kike is skiving off work. So you now know that there's documented evidence of Kike skiving off work. I'm joking. Mousy skives off work all the time. Mousy actually isn't here because she's actually working for once. Normally she skives off. She's not supposed to be using her phone. Well, she says she can listen, but she's not supposed to like be typing, and she does all the time. So she's skiving off. So Kika, do you have any comments about the article I've read from Yasuda of Toyo Securities?
Hey, somebody there wanted a headpiece on Square Enix and Sony.
It's about the only thing that and I don't know if it's because of the translation or whatever, the only thing I didn't really get into was just like the fact that Square Enix like constraining and restricting the potential of Final Fantasy by insisting on like these exclusive deals and stuff like this for their biggest IP, and going, oh Nani, why is this game not selling more? We should be selling 15-20 million. So I'm telling you what Square Enix thought. I took this to Mario DK. What Square Enix thought was going to happen with Final Fantasy 16. They thought God of War 2018 was going to happen. That's what they thought was going to happen. I'm telling you, that's what they thought was going to happen. That's why they referenced God of War 2018 so much. And they thought by doing that and marketing it as a PlayStation 5 exclusive, because don't forget, it was God of War 2018 was a PS4 game. They didn't know that PS5 was going to collapse in Japan. How would they know that in advance? They thought God of War 2018 was going to happen. They thought that they was going to get lauded and praised, and the game is good. It's got a good score, but they thought no. They were thinking like highest God of War 2018 review scores, right? They were thinking God of War 2018 sales, right? The game would blow up if you market a game as a premium game. That would be enough to inflate the cap of like Final Fantasy is like 10ish million, right? They don't sell much more than that. That it would go to like 15 or 20 million. But as Mario DK said something very insightful last night, that he said that he thinks like Square Enix decided what the endpoint was. They want this game to be big in the West. They want like to be the God of War 2018 type response and experience, and they worked backwards from that to try and get there.
I don't even think 15 was on his mind, because like a lot of these companies and little development studios within companies are often like siloed. So like you'll have one part that's like sometimes they don't even know what the other part is doing, like a left hand right hand kind of thing.
Yeah.
So like 15 sold 10 million, and I don't know if he dunked on it that much, but he was probably like, I got the keys to Final Fantasy. I'm gonna make it the way I want it.
Oh, hang on, who's saying this? Yoshida?
No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I think he got like the keys to make a Final Fantasy game and the budget, and he was like, I'm gonna make it the way like this. I'm gonna make it like God of War, and then they realized it was harder than they thought. And they're like, well, we'll just make it look like God of War, you know.
But here's the thing: what they did, it comes from an MMO background, right? They decided they wanted a game. They wanted this God of War 2018. The game is like structure in so many ways. The quest and everything, like apart from the battle system, which is vastly inferior to Final Fantasy 14. I can tell you that right off the bat, vastly inferior. In the structure and everything, it is Final Fantasy 14. It's like, I'm like, am I playing Final Fantasy 14? What is happening here? Like, why is all these the quests are so similar and stuff? Like, it's like, I'm gonna make that, but it's gonna be Final Fantasy 14. We're gonna make that because that's successful. So we start with that. We're gonna mix in God of War. Okay, graphics. We need to make it look this way. Okay, gameplay. It's action now. We're not doing in that semi-turn-based ATB. We're not doing MMO Final Fantasy. We're not doing that. No, it's gonna be full action. Right, quick, get that guy from Capcom. Stat, get him. The DMC guy. Get him. Right, let's do that. With this battle system, okay, we're gonna make an action battle system and then work backwards from that probably to try adding some RPG elements, right? See, it has to be single players and single character. You're only controlling a single character. There's no character. There's no classes. There's no elemental weaknesses. There's no buffs. There's no debuffs. There's all that. I'm getting irritated now. So anyway, someone interrupt me. Go ahead.
I think it's more like they decided we're gonna go for the West.
Yes.
We're not gonna. It's like, you know, I don't, like I said, I don't want to put words in everybody's mouths, but maybe like a board in Square Enix was like, you know, we're not getting the sales we want from Japan, and instead of like doing like seeing that it's because PlayStation is down and all that like our solution is to focus on the West. So for the next Final Fantasy, we're gonna go hardcore into the West. We're gonna all that turn-based that the Americans don't like, take it away. We're gonna make it for adults. We're gonna make it curse. We're gonna have the nudity. We're gonna make it Game of Thrones.
Yeah, they don't like Game of Thrones. What do people like? Oh, Game of Thrones. Oh, Game of Thrones. Oh, there's sex and there's swearing and there's blood. Let's put all those things in, but let's not actually show any of it properly. Occasionally, someone will drop an F-bomb, very infrequently. The game. It's just like, what? Like, cause they wanted it mature rated, but they did not want that 7Z rating. No 7Z rating. So they had to. That's why I think there's like, I was talking about it. It's rated 0D. Is it 0D in Japan? Right? I don't think they wanted that Z rating. Because that limited their sales in Japan.
That was probably a limit that Well, it's basically almost a death sentence if your game is
Oh, really?
Because even Capcom makes a D version.
Yeah, they do.
And then so
Resident
that
Evil.
actually,
That's true.
I think you have to like, it's super limited on who can buy it in stores. Like they really enforce that.
Yes, I
way
saw
more.
like it's not like in the West where like low key kids can still go in and buy these games, right?
Yeah, like give that the ID, like.
Unless
they're on like they have to be like I've seen the guide. They have to be separated by separate shelves. There has to be like this. It's either got to be in a separate
Block.
shelf. It's got to be in a block. It's got to be in a separate bookcase. It has to be like labeled with like this thing like partition sticking out with like this red thing. Like if you look inside the stores, that's what those Sarah Z shelves look like. It's really strict.
It's like a Z section almost.
Yeah. It has to be. I think it's the law. Is it the law? But anyway, they have to follow this guidance of that have to be separated out. So yeah, it's low-key kind of a death sentence. Yeah, and you're right. Resident Evil always has 2 versions. And the Sarah Z one's always censored anyway. Anyway, it's compared to the Western
Mortal
one.
Kombat doesn't even exist. There was like 1 or 2 games, but it's
the
like
very first one was released there. I'm not sure about the others.
Because they're just so violent that to censor it would be to like rework the game.
Basically,
Wait,
so
what was that one game that like, hey, we got from Japan the word that we gotta censor it, and we thought, no, we're just not gonna release it in Japan. It was like the not Dead Space.
Yeah, the not Dead Space. What was it called?
Callisto Protocol.
That's it. Yes, they didn't release it in Japan, right? Because of the decapitations and stuff.
We would have flopped anyway.
I would have flopped. I saw the. Oh my god! I saw the when they showed that game in. I think it was one of the State of Plays or something. I showed that game. That game I found it revolting. And I said that sort of, and I'm not scared of like horror things like that, but I just found the way the monsters were and everything, like just for me it was too much. Like I found it was too much. I didn't like it. It reminded, and I tell you, and I know why, and I know that for the reason for this, right? So the original Dead Space was based on Event Horizon. Event Horizon is like one of the only horror movies that has ever truly freaked me the bleep out, like absolutely terrified me I cannot ever see that film again. Like, it's the only film that's really like freaked me out to that degree, and because they based that on that, and then Callisto Protocol was based on it's always like kind of it's sort of Dead Space. That's why when I was just like I'm out. I'm out. I can't deal with it when it's like this space, like weirdo stuff with the Event Horizon. I just can't deal with that. I can't deal with that movie. It's too scary. I can't. I'm sorry. I don't know if you've seen that movie. Don't watch it. It's scary. As oh my god, it's so scary. Dead Space. Yeah, Callisto Protocol. Kike, continue.
Yeah, so they were like, we can go without Japan. So yeah, let's. We're sorry to the few Japanese consumers.
Oh, they imported it because I think they had already done the Japanese localization, so they just put it on the release in the West, and the people that wanted it just imported it. Or I think maybe they could get it on Steam. I don't know if it works like that. I don't know.
Well, I mean, they can do some VPN trickery and go to
get it on
the American Steam.
Okay.
Yeah, same with Resident Evil. They also import the US ones because they don't like at that point just get the US ones.
Yeah. But yeah.
Could we, if it's possible, if we have time, could we like go through some of our article again, or
the Yasuda article?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have it right.
Just like quick bullet points, like. So like the first one was like the tie ratio BS that Square Enix was paddling, like, oh well, it did pretty well for the tie ratio, and even Yasuda's like, I have never heard any, like, this is the first time I've seen a claim that there's an appropriate level for the tie ratio. Like, even he was like, what the hell, what are they talking about? And he was like, Breath of the Wild had an amazing tie ratio, and then Momotaro had a, like, 2% tie ratio when it released, like at launch. So it's like, what are you going to say? Momotaro is not successful in Japan?
Like,
launch.
this is the thing that's wild, right? But what is absolutely wild is that, like, if you just bringing up examples of things like we've brought up these same examples. I don't know. Momotaro, I don't really have brought that one up as much because I just couldn't remember what the where it launched at. But yeah, it launched like low and just continued to sell. Minecraft is like that as well. It launches like really low and then like just sells and
He
sells.
even says like Momotaro had a ratio of 2% at its release. Now it's at like a 9.6% just with physical
alone.
And then with Final Fantasy 16, it's more likely that the tie ratio. It says tie ratio, but it's actually attach rate because attach rate is like for one game.
Sure.
It's likely that Final Fantasy 16's attach rate will actually get worse over time because more and more PS5s are going to sell, probably close to 100 million, and 16 probably going to still be around 4, maybe 5 million lifetime. So it's like if you're going to use the attach rate argument, you're just making your game look worse. You got to stick with it, right? Like.
Hang on, you think it's going to be 4 or 5 million? Did you say you think it's going to be 4 or 5 million?
No, I said at best. Like, in
what?
like, if it's in the bargain bin and it's getting cut to like 80% off.
16.
Like,
the other thing I forgot to mention when we was talking about that, that when I was going through what happened of the sales, there isn't actually an official sale. The PSN sale for like a week.
Yeah.
For 30% off.
But I was saying like, assuming like PS5 probably will get somewhere roughly around 100 million, and let's say
probably more.
16 does 5 million lifetime, like way in the future. That's like 5%. And then if you look at it now at launch, its attach rate is like 3 out of 40. I'll do the math real quick.
Whilst you do the math,
7%.
I'm gonna quickly read Relucci. Relucci says, "Welcome, Relucci. I don't see you here very often. I haven't played a horror game in ages. I wonder if my nerves could handle one of those. Oh my god! Maybe watch the trailer. It freaked me out. Sorry, Meredith K, continue.
Yeah, so it's like, because they said it was like 40 million or so around that time, and it sold like 3 million. So at launch, it was like 7.5%. So, and PS5s are going to sell at a faster rate than Final Fantasy 16. So the attach rate is only going to go down. So you're just going to make your game look worse.
Okay, I see what
I think they also thought that Final Fantasy 16 was going to be like the game that sold the PS5. Like,
yes,
like,
it's Square Enix with their Kingmaker nonsense. This is what they do. They see them, but okay, right? They see themselves as like we are that company. With this is the game. It's our paying game. We are going to sell the PlayStation 5 because everyone's gonna want this game. We are this them playing Kingmaker again.
The thing is, it wasn't even Final Fantasy that was like by itself that was the system seller or the one that killed the N64 in Japan. It was like them convincing all the other third parties to ditch N64. Like,
is that what happened?
They convinced Enix, like, hey, you should, because like Enix was still also pretty close with Nintendo at the time, and like I read interviews and it's like Yamauchi was like, yeah, that's fine, like you can go make the PlayStation, whatever. But then when he heard that they had convinced Enix to also move Dragon Quest over to PlayStation, then he was like, yeah, never talk to us again. Like that was the start when their relationship got really bad. So it wasn't, they thought it was like, oh, with Final Fantasy we were so powerful, we changed the market and we were kingmakers, but they just got it in their heads like that they were like they could do no wrong.
Yes, they did think that because Final Fantasy, like for those years of the PS2, it was firing on all cylinders.
But even then, it peaked with 7 because 8 had controversy. Like for years, I'd be like, how come nobody ever talks about Final Fantasy 8? And then people talk about is it the junction system or how everything like levels with you throughout the game, so you never feel strong. So like there's like level scaling, and there's some other stuff, but it's obviously. Go ahead.
I mean, 8 and 9 and 10 still sold well.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
it's not
well.
like
that's what I mean. I mean sales.
Yeah, I mean it's not like 7 happened and then they fell off a cliff. No, like they still had sales, so they were like, oh, okay. We're still the king.
But they peaked with 7. Like if you look at a lot of other franchises now in Japan, like they're reaching their peaks either worldwide or even in Japan. So like you look at Square and like there's 15 sold 10 million, but it's multi-platform. So like Square Enix still hasn't been able to, like I said it before, like hit that bona fide hit classic of Final Fantasy VII. You know, it's like they were like, oh, we have to do something different every time. So with 8,
they change it every time. They change the dev, changing all dev teams, changing all. Obviously, dev teams are not going to stay the same for decades. But I mean, like completely changing out the teams and stuff. Or 15, no, forget that. Completely new studio. It's making 16. All that type of nonsense, and then wondering why the sales are not growing. Well, look at these other, the other games franchises we're talking about. They're consistent. Even Dragon Quest is consistent. Obviously, they know Dragon Quest. They only, they don't have complete control of Dragon Quest. So that's probably something to do with it. But
they probably thought they had a stranglehold in Japan. Like we're Square Enix now. We've got Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest. Like we'll never have to worry about Japan.
Back in the PS2 era, like 20 odd years ago, I can understand why they thought that back then, because that's how it was back then, right? The PS2 was the only game in town, right? If they wanted to sell those type of RPGs, but then when you move forward into the HD era, it just didn't stay like that.
Well, it didn't help. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, I was gonna say they need to get humbled. Like talking about Nintendo again, they got humbled real hard. They got humbled real hard. And Square Enix needs to start getting humbled real.
Well, they did. Well, Square did, because they got that movie, and Enix had to buy them.
Yeah, the thing is, they almost get humbled, but they just get saved at the last second every time. There's always like Enix merged with them. Yoshi P materialized out of nowhere and saved 14.
Nah, he was already working there. He worked on Dragon Quest 10.
Yeah, he's not like someone brand new, but they had him. It was just one guy. Like look at Kingdom Hearts. They sell maybe 3 to 5 million. Dragon Quest still has not been able to break out in the West.
Nope.
And the biggest thing, I just want to kind of continue in the article. It's kind of related. Like the first point, he says the release interval of AAA games continues to increase. Like they just take so long. With development, they still haven't gotten a hang of it.
Yeah, and that applies to not just Square Enix. That's in general. Just the development times are increasing for games.
Sony's having that problem right now.
Right. Yeah. So it's all that's across the industry basically. But because of Square Enix's poor management, it is what Yasuda's referring to, is that it's like just way worse. Because like, why are you like, having a 7-year gap in that? Oh my god, look what's happened in that time between 15 and 16. How the market's changed and so on, because they took so long to come out with it, and then it's just the way they are running their company, Square Enix, is just a disaster.
It's so that's why like lower games like double A's and single A games are used to fill out the gap, and Square Enix does do that. The thing is, they make too many of them.
And they suck.
Yeah.
Well, not all of them.
Well, they make those games. Most of those games they make are not even. They don't develop those internally. Most of them are.
That was actually
external studios.
That was his second point about Square Enix. He said the range of the Metascore of the company's titles is large, which basically means there's too much variance in the quality of their games.
Just a bit.
You go from Babylon's Fall and Forspoken to like Octopath Traveler, and Final Fantasy 16. Obviously, it doesn't have the best legs, but has an 87 Metascore. Kingdom Hearts 3 did.
Remember the Quiet Man?
Which one?
The Quiet Man. Remember the Quiet Man?
Forgot about that.
Oh my god, I forgot about that as well. Why did you remind me? I remember that.
That was Square Enix.
No, I remember that.
It was like it was that year, and then the year after that it was like Bubble and Fall, and then the year after that was Balance Wonderland, and then the year after
Yeah, I forgot about Balance. Oh my god, this is what I mean about. Oh my god, I'm gonna be starting now. I'm trying to find out what is that theme of Square. I'm just trying to look for this track. Go ahead.
And then the third part isn't as interesting because, at least to me, because I don't care about the mobile market as much. But he says some smartphone games are being released with short service periods, so it's like they're having a lot of misfires in the smartphone and the mobile games. It's like yeah, Capcom hasn't had a hit either, but they just try like Monster Hunter, or like maybe they'll do a Mega Man, just like maybe once a year or once every other. They try, but it's not like a huge focus. But like Square Enix, more often than not, they miss. And I'm curious to see how Ever Crisis turns out.
And as someone who used to be,
I'm gonna get started on Ever Crisis. Why is that game only on goddamn mobile? Anyway, getting cross.
I was gonna say, as someone who used to be on the mobile player base, I can tell you that having too many like end of service back to back makes players not even want to try out your next game because they're already like, well, if it doesn't do well, it's gonna close in a month, so we're not even gonna dedicate ourselves to it. Like,
we got burned.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's like you look at, because he compares it Capcom as like the good example of
the good one
of a company, and he's like, you look at Dragon Quest and Final Fantasy, like 7, 6, 8 year gaps between games, and then Capcom, maybe they don't have like a full ground up Monster Hunter or Resident Evil every year, but they have some kind of major content. Like Resident Evil is basically yearly. They've geared up for that.
Oh, this is it.
Yeah, and then Monster Hunter, like they haven't had yearly releases, but they have an expansion basically every year, or they alternate.
Yeah, basically. Yeah.
And on top of that,
this is fire.
Yeah, well, keep talking about Capcom later, but so I'll.
That's what I'm just saying. You can't hear this music. It's like this track's so fire. What was the next bit you wanted to say?
Well, he also said he says what Naoko Yoshida, the producer of 16, said, and what the company doing does not match each other at all.
So what? I didn't understand that. I didn't understand that translation.
I think it requires context, but I think there was interviews with Yoshida who was like, yeah, let's like not put too much focus on the graphics, and let's try to we don't want to make the best graphical game. We want to just make a good game, get it out relatively quickly. Like he said, it was done last year. So they're just holding on to it.
Well,
right?
I mean, it was something like the main, like the content was done. The content was done.
Yeah.
I mean, like story and quests and stuff like that. But I guess there's still other bits and pieces they have to make. I'm not, au fait with the game development, so I can't say. But yeah, he said something about it was. He didn't say complete, but it was like the main.
I think he probably said that in some interview. Like, we don't want to take too long. We don't want to take 10 years like Final Fantasy 15. I think that was actually maybe the one thing that he may have, like, it wasn't a diss, but he was like, they probably were like, oh, are you going to take this long for Final Fantasy 16? He's like, no, we don't want to take 10 years or whatever, like 15. And then also in the Final Fantasy 14 interview, he was like, yeah, people focus on graphics too much. We just want to like.
Alright, to say they didn't focus on graphics in that game, it's not the best graphics in the world, but they were trying to make a spectacle with that game. So say they weren't trying to do that, I don't think that's true.
I think what happened, it's actually pretty clear, is like you had an MMO team
that made an MMO into a single player game.
Big AAA single player game. They were like, oh wow, like,
it has the structure of Final Fantasy 14. It literally has the structure of that.
They could only do what they knew, like, and they were like, well, we don't know how to do the action part, so let's just farm it out. Well, now they did. They got Kingdom Hearts to help them. They got Platinum to help them, and they hired like basically the best action director you could. Don't
forget Cyber Connect too.
They did work on 16 too.
No, they didn't.
Yes.
They didn't.
Really?
Kika's just saying that. They don't. Kika's saying that because some of the stuff that happens in the boss fights and stuff seems like those Naruto Ultimate Storm Ninja game. But CyberConnect 2,
Platinum.
CyberConnect 2 did not work on Final Fantasy 16.
I think that was probably Platinum, and that's probably why people say those parts are the highlights of the game. Because like,
You don't do
knows how to
anything
do that
in those
stuff.
parts. They take control away from you.
Yeah, but at least they look cool and they.
It looks cool,
I
but
don't
you
know.
can't do anything. It's
Yeah.
like, mash square, quick, mash square. That's what you do. Anyway,
I don't know.
it's just me.
It's hard to say, but
Oh, you're Game Killer. I'm sorry, I didn't realise that Rolucci was Game Killer 64. What? How did I just know that if you got a different name? I didn't know that was you. That's who this is. Oh, sorry, I didn't even know that. Rolucci is Game Killer 64. Okay. You need a name change. You need a name change. I know who you are. Rolucci says, who knows where Square would be without FF14 Realm Reborn taking off like it did. Somehow they did manage to pull it out of the trenches with 1-2 great games. Yes, they did turn that. Yeah, you know, it was an absolute disaster, and they literally had to just scrap the game almost and just like rebuild it. And it worked. It's a great success and it's a really good game. So they would have been in a different situation had that not had worked. Yes.
yeah, but he says continuing like the longer release intervals and the large variations in game quality may be causing users to leave the market. So you get a lot of disenfranchised customers. They play a game that they waited like 5-10 years for, and it's like, this is it, that's it. Like, and then by the time the next one comes out, they're already moved on from gaming or some other. They bought a different console, or you lost that consumer. And he says the problem that emerges is that rapidly expanding scale of development may not be well governed by the organization. And he says it's really difficult. So Capcom, and this was actually like a tidbit that I don't think I've seen anywhere else, but he said Capcom chairman Tsujimoto recognized this problem more than 20 years ago, and it took him 10 years to address it.
So this is the
time-
structure of the company.
Yeah, at that time, smartphone games did not exist, but in game development, let me see.
Up to date. Sorry,
I don't know what he talks about with.
I don't know which
with
bit
the-
where are you reading it from? I've got it on the. I guess you're looking in the. You're looking in the thread.
He talks about like the remake thing, or I don't know what he's talking about with that. With the
He's talking about remakes, like remaking it from one gen to the next, right? Remasters or something.
It was a little bit clear, but I think at the end he says game development when the costs increase, it becomes harder. So long story short, like their old methods weren't going to work,
right?
And it affected Nintendo in the HD era, because they even admitted HD development was harder than we thought.
That's the reason we had to wait like 11 years for Pikmin 3.
Yeah.
Right,
And that was like a partial Wii game. You can tell if you look at some parts of the game.
So it's
It was a Wii game, and then they moved it to the Wii U. The Wii U, and Miyamoto was like, "Dang, making HD games is really hard."
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, that meme with the boxer?
No.
But he's like, all right, I'm gonna do this, and he's like, damn, this is hard. He's like, with the water bottle. That's what I imagine with like Square, but they've just been like that for the past like 20 years. They just haven't been able to get a hold of it. And then Tsujimoto realized, he says, that unless they changed, they would not be able to survive. So he focused on multiple development. Multi-platform development, including PC, which Capcom has said, this is important, as opposed to
which Square Enix read. Oh my god! We know Square's strategy. They have goddamn strategy. They don't have a strategy. That's their strategy. There is no strategy. There's PC is just a non-factor to them unless they get a bag from Epic. It's like, oh my god.
I think they just wait for deals to fall into their lap. It's like
basically.
We're so important, we're not gonna put Kingdom Hearts on Steam right away. We'll go to Epic first.
Oh my god, that was one of the dumbest things that Square Enix has ever done. So dumb. They did it with Final Fantasy VII Remake as well. They're so dumb.
We're not gonna port Kingdom Hearts to the Switch, but we need to.
They didn't. It would have been sensible for them to do so, to coincide with Sora and Smash, but they didn't do it They didn't do it in the right way. They could. I don't know how much. I mean, they've never. The fact they never mentioned it means that that cloud thing that they put on there probably wasn't. They put it on Switch, which you can take out and about portably. How many people are going to be wanting to stream cloud games that way? No one.
I'm sure if they went to Nintendo and made a deal, they probably could have helped. Nintendo would have helped them to like at least distribute the physical copies or something for like a Kingdom Hearts 1 and 2 HD collection or whatever. But they didn't even do that.
They didn't. And
it just doesn't make sense.
I think
every time there's an impossible port coming out for Switch, like we're getting Borderlands 3, and that's an Unreal Engine 4 game. They're like, damn, Square Enix.
Yeah.
I see it in every comment. It's like they're always dogging on the Kingdom Hearts cloud versions.
Or what? Just that people in general.
Yeah, it's like every time like an impressive port or like Red Dead Redemption, it was like, and Square still can't put Kingdom Hearts on Switch natively, and then it was like Borderlands 3 got announced for Switch, same comment. It's like it's just such a laughable decision. It's like they're PS2 games. It's like, and they were like, well, we want to put the whole thing on the system at one time. It's like, did you put the PS2 games on the GBA when you made Hearts of Memories or whatever the stupid name was?
Memories.
They've all got stupid goddamn names.
You focus too much on your names.
No swearing, please. No swears. No swearing, please. Where are they? Okay. One slipped out. Okay, it's okay. I've had one slipped out before as well.
Yeah. Anyway, they focus too much. Anyways, the second one that he said Capcom did was aggressive recruitment of more than 100 people per year.
Mm.
I've heard Capcom say it's a bit difficult to recruit, but not as much as Square. Like Square's, I've heard them complain multiple times in different interviews and financial meetings. Like it's really hard to hire people, to find people. Like you never hear Nintendo complaining about it.
I wonder why
Capcom
is.
Doesn't. Yeah, it's like because you take 20 years to release games, and it's like.
What's happening in that time? They're not like, as you like to say, little Haruko, little Haruto, they're not like, they ain't got a PlayStation 5. What's going to happen in 10, 15 years when they graduate, when they graduate from university, and they want to be game developers? Well, where are they working? They're gonna go? They want to go. They work on the games that they grew up with. And they're little Harikos and little Harutos are not growing up with
game on PS3.
They're not growing up. Yeah.
No, they did not.
Yeah, no, they didn't have one. Yeah, they did. They're not growing up with these games, so they're unlikely. When it comes to recruitment, where are they recruiting these people from? So, hello, Finn, you have to message me. I didn't know you was waiting. How long have you been waiting in there? Oh my god. Sorry, hello, Finn, I didn't see you in the waiting room.
Hello.
Sorry, how long have you been waiting there?
About 2 minutes.
Oh, okay, well, it was okay, it wasn't that bad. I thought you'd been waiting there for like 10-15 minutes or something. Welcome, what would you like to say? Sorry, I interrupted. Who was talking just now? One of them. Helio Finn's just come in, so let's hear what Helio Finn has to say. Welcome, Helio Finn.
How go things?
Good.
Just kind of here being frustrated with Bethesda and all.
Oh, okay. So you're on your Starfield struggles.
Yeah, I refunded the premium edition and I canceled my Game Pass sub.
You didn't.
I did.
Really? You was that disappointed?
I'm gonna. There's no chat room for the on air, but I'll put. Is it alright if I post a screenshot in notice board?
There is a chat room here. Oh no, for the on air there isn't. You just put it in the live chat. Put it in the live chat. Chat. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh, you actually did. This is goodbye for now. Okay, so now you said before that you were not confident that you would like the game. So I'll ask you a question: why did you opt to pay for the early it's like an extra $30 or something. Why did you opt to pay for the early access thing and not just play it through Game Pass if you already had Game Pass?
I was confident in Bethesda. I'm really into Elder Scrolls, particularly Morrowind and Oblivion. I know they're like the older games in the series, and I do like Skyrim. I liked what they were talking about in Starfield in like wanting to return to a lot of Oblivion-esque systems. But I think what happened is the fact that I've grown quite a bit, and I think if I was like, playing this like, 10 years ago, if I was 11 years old, I would really love this, but I don't think my sensibilities are exactly the same as they are today. Like, I can still go back and enjoy Bethesda's older games, but I can't really get into this at all.
What is it? Yeah, what is it that's not driving with you?
The new universe, so one of the things that I do like about the game is that I think it has a really strong art style. I do love the whole, like, aesthetic that I do love the whole, like, what they call the NASA punk aesthetic.
Right, yeah, I get it, yeah, I like that. I quite like that, actually, yeah.
But it's also kind of that whole, like, I guess, like, new universe, that whole quote-unquote new universe syndrome where, like, you get thrown a lot in your face. Like, you have a lot thrown in your face within, like, the first, like, 10 minutes.
Okay.
And you're supposed to like go through the game and like learn more about these factions. But none of the factions really particularly interest me. Like a lot of it felt pretty generic. Like you have this faction called the Crimson Fleet, who's basically just supposed to be like your pirate faction. But it kind of just felt a little bit generic, if that makes any sense, and Constellation especially kind of felt like Constellation is like the big quote-unquote main faction.
Okay.
And it felt really, really generic, if that makes any sense. Like, you've I don't know if you've seen any, like, the marketing they've done for, like, the main characters they have in Constellation, but they all fit, like...
I only saw the Xbox, what do you call it,
The Direct?
The showcase. I watched a bit of the direct. I'll be honest with you. I'll be honest with you. Actually, no, I didn't, because at the time I was ranting about Atlas. But anyway, I was.
I don't blame you.
Yes.
Not to like get off, like talk about Atlas for a sec, but there's still like there's like the only content from Fez that's going to be in Reload is like the social links, right? Like there's no. They're not going to have like the answer or anything.
No.
Thank God.
That's fun.
That's
great.
We can't go down this road. I've been live for like 4 hours.
Speaking about Square Enix, who hasn't been able to get a handle.
It's exactly 4 hours now.
Development. It's nothing compared to Atlas and their handle on HD development.
I'm gonna pop off. I can't talk about Atlas. I'm gonna pop off. I can't do it.
I'm just saying they've struggled with HD development.
Their first goddamn HD game.
They just couldn't do it all.
Their first HD game was
I think the
Catherine
PS3
Thorpe body.
I think the PS3 and 360 weren't the kindest to Japanese developers.
It wasn't. They struggled.
It wasn't good for Capcom. I know there were the article was talking about coming. I'm like, I remember that. I remember that period of time.
Did you guys see? By the way, it's supposedly I think like he's supposed to be like a credible leaker on Reset Era who switched over to Reddit's Gaming Leaks and Rumors subreddit, who's posting about some heavy grain of salt Switch 2 information.
Someone said they're spotty with Square Enix stuff. Apparently, I don't know exactly.
I don't. Okay. I'm not sure what you're referring to.
I can post the. Let me pull up the sub real quick.
Because if it's the one I'm thinking of, that might not be as reliable. But I don't know if it's the same one I'm thinking of.
Yeah, because I've been in that thread on Family Boards, and someone was saying they're like kind of spotty outside of Atlas.
Let me see.
Okay.
Let me see if it's the one I'm thinking of, and I'll let you know.
It was like the person who leaked three Reload and I think one other game.
I'm a hero too. I'm going to stay with it.
Another Sonic game. Yeah.
Oh, another Sonic game. Well, that's such an amazing leak. I never thought it'd be another Sonic game. Oh, God.
Another Sonic
Who could have
game.
seen it?
That's a cash cow right now. I mean, it
I
just
think I've
says
seen
that
this is. Get out of here with this crap. This is Okay, Square has new PS1. We were assuming the Pro. There's so much stuff mixed up in here that I find it hard to believe that this person would have this much info. These are all different companies that are in here. You're talking about
Has a Final Fantasy X remake or 10-3 ever been like discussed in other leaks? Like I've never heard of I know 9 remake was in the Nvidia leak, but
I
never heard anything about a 10-3 or 10 remake.
Right, so there was some there was an actual. This is what I think this person's going on. Right, there was an actual interview with one of the devs or something fairly recently, maybe some months back, saying that they would have liked to make, or it's possible or something, a 10-3. So I think this is where that's coming from, because this is after. This is a recent post, right?
Yeah, this post was like 6 hours ago.
Okay, so that thing about the 10-3. If someone clarify what I'm talking about. There was some. It was like an actual dev or somebody that worked at Square or something. I need to find. I'm sure that was an actual thing. That was an actual interview or comment they made in the interview, or it might have been an offhand thing. I'm not even sure. Let me try and find it. Anyway, carry on talking. Hello?
Hello. Yep.
Yeah, go on, carry on. Whoever.
Yeah, I was gonna say the Switch 2 information is, well, it's not that much. They're just saying that dev kits exist, and I'm like, yeah. At this point, it's pretty known that dev kits exist. They're saying it's backward compatible, which people are saying. Some are saying they are. Some are saying they're not. So it's gonna take more sources to determine, and we're still early on that it might change yet. Like by the time next year rolls around, they have to start finalizing their specs.
I do remember that it was like the 10 producer director. I think they still work at Square.
This is what I'm looking at now. Okay, so there's some article. I'm looking at the first thing that came up. An article from. I have to show it on screen. I do remember this time, but the thing is, I need to change the display. There's an article from 2021. And this wasn't like an offhand comment where there's arts in a interview. A late July 2021 issue of Weekly Famitsu magazine interviews the producer Yoshinori Kitase, director Motomu Toriyama, and writer Kazushige Nojima, and character designer Tetsuya Nomura to celebrate Final Fantasy X's 20-year anniversary. They discussed previously released follow-ups like 10-2, the 10-2.5, what's this, Iron no Daisho novel, and the X-Will audio drama. The four of them also confirmed that a synopsis for 10-3 exists. The possibility is not zero, Toriyama said of the game being made, but first, we're not done making, obviously this is 2021, Final Fantasy VII Remake, so we're not in a position to talk about that just yet. So they said it in an interview that we made a synopsis for text. So this isn't a new thing. This has been around for ages. So this is from 2021. So for someone saying, there's a 10-3. Oh well, that's not. They've got that from someone. Like, I'm just suspicious that they've got this rumor and this rumor and this rumor and this rumor and all these things. Like if it's just one or two things, right? But when you're just throwing up a whole load of things and seeing what sticks. Okay, there's an interview from 2021 where they said, oh, we did make a synopsis for 10.3 and it was a possibility, but at the moment we're doing 7 remake, right? So for you to say, oh well, there's a 10.3, you're going off of this, and like, oh well, maybe they do actually go back and go and make a 10.3. Which, I mean, they're making Rebirth, so I mean, you know, take that for what you will. So I don't know, man. I'm just like suspicious of the and to say, oh well, this person got Persona 3 reload or whatever. That was rumors for that was such a highly requested thing because people wanted the definitive version. And Alice decided that we're going to make it. We're not going to make a definitive version because we've got damn Alice and we can do what the hell we want, right? So there's that, right? So oh my god, I get started now. I can't get started on Alice. I can't get started on Alice. Sorry.
I was gonna say it also weak.
Fraudulent company, right? Like, fraudulent. I don't care what anyone says. It was Atlas stands, David Cost JRPGs, Spencer, come in here, I'll tell you to your face, Atlas is a fraudulent company. Anyway, that's it.
I think it might actually be a good strategy for Square Enix if this is all true, because you look at Capcom, after like 6 didn't do that well, they've been on this path of like remaking their Resident Evil games. Like they did 2, they did 3, they just did 4. So, and
it was. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm genuinely happy 6 broke Capcom in the way that it did, because I think I think it's the reason why 7 is like as like good as it is, and why like 8 is also pretty nice. Like. And I think like the RE2 remake was known about forever, but like I remember reading about it in like 2015, 2016. But you know, like, it took a while to come out, so I think like the lessons they learned on 7 helped out with like the strategy of the remakes going forward. I mean, I guess outside of 3, but I think 3 remake was still pretty good. It just missed a lot of content.
Well, it's also a good strategy for like HD development, because you can like, it's less work to remake a game than to do one from scratch, so you can kind of you know, farm it out a bit to like, I think TOSE is the one that often helps with the Resident Evil games, so that way it's like they can have a somewhat regular cadence, you know, maybe that's not every year, but it's pretty close, as opposed to Square, which is like, here's this vague concept of 13 verses, and now it's 15, and then like years go by, okay, here's 16, and then 2 years later we finally get it, and like 7 Rebirth is like only a part 2, like who knows when the third part's gonna come out. It's just like, there's just like no strategy, it feels like. There's just no overall Final Fantasy roadmap, you know. It just feels like different developers and directors and producers being like, I want to do this, and another thing that the third point that he talked about was like the standardized development environment. Capcom, they actually had like this fan array engine for Deep Down with Ono that they were promoting that just disappeared. But after all that, they went and they were using Unreal Engine 4 for Street Fighter 5. But then they went all in on RE Engine, and now they use it for all their games, including Monster Hunter Rise. They're using it for Dragon's Dogma. So they really, it took time, you know, they almost went bankrupt. They almost died, basically. If World failed, they would have died. So they bet everything on World, but that game had a vision. They knew what they were doing. It succeeded. And now, you know, Extra Primal might not have done well, but they have a path. You know, they standardize their development. They hired a lot of people every year, and they do multi-platform development. They're not doing this, you know, semi-exclusive, like 2-year, 1-year deals with Square or Sony. They have a consistent roadmap for their company. As opposed to Square, it's like, you don't know when you're going to get the next Dragon Quest game. You don't know when you're going to get, or what kind of game it's going to be. I mean, especially for Final Fantasy, it's like, who knows what 17 is going to be. So it might help.
Have they said anything about Dragon Quest XI or the HD 2D remake of Dragon Quest III, or have those just kind of been vaporware for a bit?
No, basically Dragon Quest 3 HD, when they actually announced that, it actually said in Japanese kanji, development just started, right? But the West completely ignored that part, and so it just kept being reported. Oh, this game is, where is it? It's just gone. It's just like what they showed us. It wasn't like, it was more like a proof of concept type thing. Like, it wasn't like the game's nearly finished. That this is like, they made a section of the game for the presentation, but it literally said on the screen. I talked about it with Mario DK, because Mario DK can read a bit of kanji. That it literally said development started. It was like, and at the time I asked Genki to translate it, and that's what it said. So that's why. I mean, that was like, when was that? Was that like a year ago, or just over? It was 2 years. Was it 2 years ago?
I think it was 2021.
So yeah, if they just started it then you can imagine that would probably take 3 years to develop, right?
And wasn't it like 2020, right? In the pandemic?
No,
or was it 2021?
I think it was 21.
21, yeah, okay, that makes, it was a year of S&P 5, I remember. But it's just, you look at Square and it's just mismanagement. It's just a mishmash of ideas. Like, even the games that come out, it's like
all over the place.
They don't really know what they want it to be half the time, or there's too many ideas, or ideas that aren't, well fleshed out.
They're an L company.
Yeah.
True.
I wanted to say something, but I lost my train of thought.
Well, that's great. Well, okay. Well, I'm not gonna. We've been live for over 4 hours. Mousie's come here to tell me off. Oh, no, Mousie's not telling me off. I thought she was gonna tell me off. She didn't. She said bye. Temple Scud. Yeah, what is Jody saying? I remember at Jody, they wanted to break up Tidus and you know. Yeah. So this 10-3 rumor. So, or not room. I mean, actually said they made us in, but they just haven't made. Whether they will ever go back and make that, who knows? But they're certainly not going to do it now whilst in the middle of making Rebirth. Yeah. So I'm gonna wrap up this show because it's been live for over 4 hours, alright? If you want to continue, you can continue in an after party in the town square. I actually need to go and make dinner. I am hungry.
Yeah.
But any final thoughts on today's topics or anything else?
Not particularly. If you're in the U.S. like me, have a happy Labor Day weekend. I'm gonna go drive 2 hours and go home.
Okay, hello, Finn. I don't know. I don't really sound like I'm in the U.S. Do I? I mean,
you don't. I don't know if the other people are, but
I am.
I mean, I could be in the U.S., but I'm not. No, it's after 10 here, p.m. at 10 p.m. So I haven't had dinner. But yeah, have a happy day off, everybody that's in the US.
Yeah.
Thank you for everybody who's turned out today. GameKiller64, who's AKA Rolucci. I this whole time I didn't know that was you. You never told me. Mousy didn't tell me off. That's great news. I thought Mousy didn't tell me off. And yes, the SMT. Well, I've been playing SMT. For Apocalypse, but my favorite one is this one, when the underground Kinshi Park. Where is this one? Is it this one? No, wait, not that one. This one. This is my favorite one from that. My favorite track from that game. Underground Kinshi Underground Shopping Center. This is people crap on this game, but I liked it. It was a good game. What's Mac I'm ending the show. I was talking about ending the show. Mac said, "What is everybody talking about? Do I need to come on and defend Square Enix and Atlas? What? Why do they need defending? What do they get defended for? No."
Can I make reference to the one tidbit I was gonna bring up really quick, if that's okay?
Yeah, it's fine, but I mean, I said any final thoughts and you was like quiet. Okay. Yeah, you was quiet when I said you didn't want to say anything. You said nothing. Go ahead.
I was just waiting for Holiophone, or he was saying something.
Holiophone has had to go, so
yeah. The thing that was eye-opening to me was it talked about Capcom's strategy, you know, multi-plat development, hiring a bunch, standardized development, and he says, as a result, many creators left the company. Even so, Tsujimoto was determined to carry out reforms and spent 10 years developing a system that would retain its expertise in large-scale development and maintain costs. And that was news to me, but it makes sense. Like there's so many people that have left Capcom over the years, and it wasn't always clear why.
Clover Studio thing, wasn't that? That's how Platinum was formed.
And Capcom never had super strong loyalties in the first place. Like after the PS1 gen, they were like, okay, let's put a whole bunch of Resident Evil games on GameCube, and you know, maybe that rubbed some creators the wrong way who might have had loyalties or they were fans of PlayStation.
I doubt it.
But look at them now. Look at where Capcom is now. They make games.
That doesn't even make any sense. It's Clover Studio. Okay,
well, they lost.
That's a long time ago. I don't know.
Who did the Resident Evil 4?
It's internal. I think
their internal studio, but the director was what's his face? Mikami.
Yeah, who?
Mikami.
Yeah, Mikami was when he found out he was gonna get ported. Yeah, when he was gonna get ported to the PS2, he was like, "I'm gonna quit." Like, I'm gonna quit if you do that.
I don't know. I mean, that doesn't make sense to me why you'd quit over something like. I mean, it must have been more than just that. It doesn't make sense to quit over that.
But if you look at them now, in the long term, it was worth it. Like,
was it?
Like, no, this directly ties in to Yasuda's later comment about some of these producers and directing having too much power, and like some of the company heads, like I think they yield or they, you know, heel toe or whatever the term is, they kowtow. You know, they submit. Yeah, they submit. Yeah, they bend the knee to these power, you know, developers with devs with clout, and they just go along with them, like Nagoshi or Harada. You know, they're like almost afraid to drive them out.
I don't know about that. They've got bosses to answer to. They got bosses to answer to, and they got this some weirdo kind of really strict structure in Japan. So I don't think it's that. I just think they just have within what they're managing their domain. They just have like so much power because the structure is different, and it's like if they say well these games are going on this platform, this game is going on this platform, we're doing this, that, A, B, C, D, then that's just what they do. They don't. Their boss is above them and not like telling them what to do. Because I mean, like when you're on Harada's level, he's an executive, right? He's at the executive level within Bandai Namco. The strategy that he is doing is bonkers. What they're doing, what Bandai Namco are doing is absolutely bonkers. To arbitrarily decide certain studios are doing this and these are going on this platform and these ones go. That's literally how they decided. It's not based on anything else, because you can look at the games and look at what's releasing. Like Bandai Namco makes de facto switching exclusives, right? As well as not putting certain games on. We're saying Switch because we're talking about the Japanese market, okay?
Certain franchises.
Right. So certain franchises de facto exclusive on Switch, and this one's only releasing on Switch. Other things, no Switch. Just based on what studio is making it. It's literally what you could do. You can go down their list of games and what's released where, and it's just based on the studio that's made it. So, there's some that's changed. Sometimes it's based on franchise as well. There's some that's changed, like D3 Publisher putting some things, putting a lot more things on Switch. But latest EDF games, nah, get the F out of town. We ain't putting those on Switch. Or based on what? You know,
wasn't there like a spin-off that actually made it?
They put a spin-off on some of the older EDF games, but then like there'll be new
Minecraft looking.
Yeah, there'll be newly announced games like. Okay, so they're putting D3 Publisher aside. The latest what's it called again? That anime. Oh God, Sword Art Online. Latest Sword Art Online. Nah, no Switch version, right? Go and have a look at what that game looks like. It's not some technically advanced masterpiece. It looks like a PS3 game. It's like they've just used the same this whole time. They've never changed any of the models or anything. It's just like a PS3 game, right? But it's just not on Switch because they just don't want to. It's literally it. It's just that's not a good way to run your business. Now, Bandai Namco can get away with it. The way Bandai Namco has been able to get away with it is because Bandai Namco isn't just games, right? They're mostly a toy company, right? And they
might say a Gunpla company.
That's
and
the Bandai
Gunpla,
side.
I mean that's toy. I count that as the toy side, Kike. You know what I mean when I say toys. You know what I mean when I say toys. This man out here talking about his Gunpla friend group. That's one of the nerdiest sentences I've ever heard in my life, Kike. When I was nerdy, I've never heard anything so nerdy. Gunpla friend group. I've never even heard of anyone playing with Gunpla in
the West.
Yeah, I guess they must do. But
Well, we exist.
There are dozens of you.
I guess it's a fit. But anyway, I'm just saying Bandai Namco can get away with it because they've got them Gunpla and all this other stuff they've got that isn't games. Like they have arcades and anime studios and all sorts of stuff that's not games, right? So they don't need to. That's what they don't care. It's literally they don't care. And it's like you got the biggest. Oh my god, I'm gonna start now. The biggest culprits of this, Bandai Namco and goddamn Atlas. They're the culprits. They're the biggest one. And the reason Atlas can get away with it, Atlas is a company that's gone bankrupt multiple goddamn times. They've gone bankrupt or nearly gone bankrupt because they are one of the most grossly mismanaged. Apart from Square Enix is kind of worse. They're one of the most grossly mismanaged companies or Japanese companies. This is absolutely terrible. The reason why Atlas can get away with it now is because they are bankrolled by Sega Sammy. Sega Sammy is enormous. They have all the pachinko and goddamn golf resorts and casinos and all this crap. It's not just the games. They have all these other crap and all this other stuff. Right? They're bankrolled by that, amortizing their goddamn Index Corporation debt every year. They're still paying that goddamn thing off. This is why they can get away with it. They don't feel like, oh no, we're not going, but this kind of, more for them. What's going to happen in Malta is they'll be fine now. They'll probably be fine now, but just like as Mario Kate always says, little Harry, they're not playing. What are they playing? They don't have PS5s. They're not growing up playing these games.
Yeah, 20-year-old Haruko now played Dragon Quest IX on the DS like 10, 15 years ago. She never owned a PS3 or, she's not familiar with those things. If she wants to get into game development, like the audience has shifted and the market is completely different.
Right. So the only way we're talking about into the future, we're talking about 10 plus years into the future. The only way to resolve that problem. Don't forget, Japan's also got the issue of the declining birth rate and all this nonsense, right?
Yeah.
Would be to hire from outside. You would need people from outside Japan to come in and do. As we've discussed before, it's in other industries it's a little bit easier to do that than with game development. Game development, there's so many moving parts, which is why you don't see it a lot.
But that's what makes Capcom so amazing is like on top of all the multi-plat development they've done for other systems, they made Monster Hunter Rise from the ground up with its own version of the RE engine, on top of everything else they're doing. And then what has Square done exclusively for Switch, on the level of Rise, right? I mean, they had Dragon Quest 11S, but that was a downport from PS4. They have
not on 11. I mean, they've made like a load of double A exclusives.
They have not made a Final Fantasy or a new Dragon Quest or a new Kingdom Hearts on the level of Monster Hunter Rise. Like the 3DS got a new Kingdom Hearts. What has the Switch gotten?
Nothing.
It's been 7 years.
Not like that. I mean, what they should have done.
I
don't know why Square Enix, man. Square Enix, they're one of the dumbest companies. Like, they literally could have made like another another Final Fantasy, right? That's like a turn-based Final Fantasy. You make it, build it for the Switch, put it to other things later, whatever. try and make some sort of deal with Nintendo, to put it in the directs and all of that, and then port it wherever after, right? And make that turn-based ATB. Make it one of you can make it one of those crisp pixel art looking games. You can give it 3D graphics if you want, whatever. Do one of those with a ground up, man. And they could that would have sold like 10 million. That would have sold like 10 million. They could have done that. You know, that would have sold a couple of million in Japan alone. I Square Enix just lost their goddamn minds. They're so like, mismanaged.
Like the problem is not only with the producers and like Nomura, who's like, oh well, we can't put Kingdom Hearts on Switch. We have to put the whole thing. It's also the problem with whoever's above them that allows them to make such a stupid decision. Like, why are you, like, in what universe does that make sense? Just get someone else if they don't want to do it. Support these PS2 games and to get that series and representation
PSP,
on one of the best-selling systems of all time. Why is it so hard?
PSP, 3DS, DS games, all cloud versions. My brain can't understand that.
And Square Enix can't even make AAA HD games, so it would be easier for them to do it on Switch, and the audience would accept it because that's, you know, they're okay with the games looking the way they are, and it would be lower production costs. It's like, no, they gotta force everything on PS5, PS4. Like,
that's the thing. They're doing that. It's not only that they're just doing that and making these things for the PlayStation 5. It's the fact they're doing that and then also like half-assing everything on PC. Like, do you know what I mean? It's like if they were doing that with PS5 and making sure every single game is day and date on Steam, because Steam is the biggest storefront on PC. They're not even doing that, right? So this is what I mean about them being mismanaged. It doesn't make any sense what they're doing. The decisions with like what platforms. Why are you not putting your games day and date on PC? This is absolute madness.
It's like Square and Enix merged, and it feels like the heads of Square took over that company for some reason.
No, I think it's more. I don't think that's what happened. I think it just seems like that because when they merged, because Squaresoft did their internal development and Enix was a publishing company with external developers. Like most of the actual like paid employees were on the Square side. So when they merged, there was just way more Square people.
Yeah. Because Enix is at the time, they were just like publishing.
They're a publisher, yeah. They didn't own any of the rights to the. They never owned any of the rights to the game. You're going to look at the history, right? They never owned Dragon Quest, right? Dragon Quest, that publishing contract was grandfathered in when Squaresoft and Enix merged. Therefore, Square Enix does not own Dragon Quest. They never have done, because then they would have had to got rights to it during the merger. There's no. Why would that even? That doesn't even make any sense. So yeah, I think they just have the publishing rights basically to the Dragon Quest franchise. And yeah, I think it's just because it's way when they merged, it was just way more Square people. That's from my understanding because of that they did internal development. So yeah,
it's like their issues. I think even go back to Sakaguchi, because who would let him have all that power to make that enormously expensive, stupid
movie.
CGI Final Fantasy?
That's mismanagement. Like that was extremely gross mismanagement. I don't know what
they were like.
They were just on their golden era. There's a golden era. Kingmakers. It's like they were all like they was sniffing their own farts. You know what I mean?
They were doing like Parasite Eve and Final Fantasy like 7, 8, 9, and all these other games they were making, and then like Chrono Trigger before that, and they were just at the peak. And then in one movie, you make it so expensive, and you let all the clout get to your head. And the people who let Sakaguchi do that, you know, like he shouldn't have been in charge of the finances. Someone should have been like, okay, this is the budget for the movie. You're not gonna go over it, but.
No, it's not what happened. Yeah, I mean, I mean, he kind of fell on his sword, right? He left.
And then he just left, and then they didn't learn anything. And it's like, okay, let's make.
This is why Final Fantasy has been all over the place since he left. This is what I've heard people say, that it was more cohesive when he was there. Is what people said.
Yeah, he didn't have a protege. He just left too early. It's like
He
I
had
don't
no
even think he had to
protege.
leave, because it's like, imagine if Nintendo fired Miyamoto after Wii Music.
What?
You know, it's like everybody has their flops once in a while, but it's like, yeah, his movie flop, but like he still produced and directed a lot of great games. You should have like, you didn't have to fire or get rid of him. You could have been like, okay, no more movies, Sakaguchi. Like, you got one, you got your movie.
Isn't that a thing that, because you brought up Miyamoto, and I was thinking, could he be fired? Now remember, there's some interview where he says that he's basically a salaryman or something like that. He never. Well, he was. Am I tripping? Wasn't there some interview with him
Maybe he just
where
like,
he said that they
he's
go into
pretty
actually
simple.
into? I need to find that. Someone goes. It's like a rare thing when it's like a BBC thing. They go into a Nintendo, and
Yeah.
Miyamoto says he never. He's still technically like a salaryman. He never took like a more like a senior. But this was years ago now, so he might have done it since
Yeah.
then. But like at
Well,
the time,
Okay,
Well, when Iwata passed, he was the interim CEO until they found.
no,
Just-
it wasn't Miyamoto. It was
no, it wasn't. It was
No.
yeah.
It was Miyamoto and the other dude. They were interim CEO until they found Hiroshima.
Kimishima.
he was like a fellow. He was
No, he was interim CEO. I remember the
What?
press release.
Wasn't that Kimishima? Wasn't that Kimishima? That bald guy? Is he bald?
Yeah. Well, he wasn't here, but no, it was Miyamoto and the dude who made Punch Out. They were named interim CEO,
Dude who made
where they were
Punch-Out.
responsible for finding a replacement. And Miyamoto said he didn't want the position. He just helped out finding a new
Okay.
CEO.
I
But he
can't
was.
find anything like that online. I mean, if you find
I
a
would need to
source,
go- I would need to go and find the original press release for when for when Iwata passed away.
I'm sure he had that role of like trying to find someone and steer, because he was like a creative fellow or whatever it was. Like, he was obviously pretty high up, but I don't think he was like explicitly like, yeah, now you're like an interim president or interim CEO. As far as I'm aware.
That was after. Like, after they found a new CEO, he was named creative fellow.
But Kimishima was the interim
What?
CEO.
Yeah, it was Kimishima.
Yes, but there was a period of time from when Iwata passed away and when Kimishima came in. Like, they didn't have Kimishima right away.
Like,
Let me give
okay,
you a
well, I
second,
mean,
I'll
this is. I mean, I wasn't following any video game news back then, so I don't know.
I mean, I just looked up Shigeru Miyamoto interim CEO on Google. I mean, maybe it wasn't. Are you sure it was like CEO or president, or maybe it was something like a different term?
Give me a second. I need to find the. It's the official statement from Nintendo.
Wow.
BS,
I mean, I'm seeing September 14th, 2015. They appointed Kimishima. I don't remember exactly when Iwata passed away. It was sometime.
July.
Oh, yeah.
July. So somebody led the company between that time. There was two people.
Okay, so there was a 2-month. There was a 2-month period where they didn't have a successor.
Nintendo said it has not decided who the next president will be. In the meantime, Shigeru Miyamoto and Genya Takeda will jointly run the company.
Okay, yeah, I see it. In the interim, they have been running the Nintendo. Okay, yeah, that's
So
what
he
I
was-
said. Like, I remember
He
something
did
about
have-
like.
A
Yeah.
position, but yeah, he didn't want to keep it. So
You're
Okay.
you're like you're technically right, because they never officially named them like, okay, they are the interim CEO. I mean, it just says here they were running the company. Maybe in like they basically were serving us.
well, it's like when the president passes away. It's like we need a new president. It's like no, they're technically the new president. Like it's not like interim president or anything. Like no, he's a president.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
like,
But yeah, like just imagine if like Fujibayashi, right? He directed Skyward Sword, which was like the lowest selling 3D Zelda in history. Imagine if they fired him after that or got rid of him. But then he went on to make Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. So there's value in like
Well, it's the
not
same, it was
immediately
basically the same team, though.
not immediately sacking people or getting rid of them after one failure. Like what did Sakaguchi fail with before the movie?
Before,
I mean, I'm sure there were some projects, but like by that time he was a producer. I think even by 7 he wasn't even directing. He was like, but definitely by 8 or 9 or 10 he was like a producer. You know, he wasn't hands-on as much. But it's like, yeah, the one who should have been let go is like the people that let him have that budget for the movie. But then they should have been like, okay, no more movies for you, Sakaguchi. Just stick with the games. But they just got rid of him, or he left because of bad blood. I don't know. And then they just never filled that void of like the steering ship or the guide of Final Fantasy. You know, like for Nintendo, you got Mario. For Mario, you got Miyamoto. Well, now it's Koizumi, right? They've found replacements for Miyamoto. You have Tezuka for 2D Mario. You've got Aonuma for Zelda. There's people there to take over, you know, that have been trained almost. But for Square, it was just so sudden.
Yeah, because they didn't think that was going to happen. But Mario DK, I'm going to have to go ahead and finish up end this show. We have been live for 4 hours 38. We have no goddamn viewers. So nobody's watching this crap, okay? It's just us. So
They fell asleep.
They are gone. They're long gone. We got no viewers. So basically, I'm going to go ahead and end the show. If you'd like to continue in the town square chatting, feel free. But I need to end the show. Thank you to everyone who came through today. Yeshua, Hayes, RJH, JR for J2, Mousy, Jesus Puentes. Vinny Mac was here, and GameKiller64, who's aka Lucci. I did not know you was the same person. I apologise. Thank you for Vinny Mac, Keycare, and Mario DK for joining me on the call. Was there someone else? Was it just and Heliophine for joining me on the call today. Everyone have a great weekend. American people have a nice long bank holiday. Did we have one here? No, we just had a bank. I think we just had a bank holiday here. And we'll catch you on the next one. Bye bye!